Hello. What's up? Anyone there? Hello? was gonna say, what the hell? Morocco? Huh? What are we talking about? Morocco? Good morning. Hi everyone. Okay, I'm glad you guys can hear. I was getting kind of worried. I'm not gonna lie. Why are we talking about Morocco? Spanish territory disputes. Okay, so that's another thing. You guys are gonna have to tell me what's going on. Because I don't know. We'll get into that later though. Where the heck? Hold on. Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. Hi. Okay, so. Hello, Panda Sky, Super Cajun, Zal's Medicrates. LPLSR66. Cat, where am I? How did you end up here, Panda Sky? I don't know. Bubba, Tealnet Quirtify, Don Pork. Hello. So just to get it out of the way, unfortunate update. Yeah, you know the whole inflammation thing? I'm not gonna explain it too much. Yeah, no, it's happening still, so. If anyone asks Foxer, why do you sound like you have a lisp today? Bully them aggressively, because I'm not gonna explain to them why, so that's on you, chat. Thank you in advance. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I'll have to figure out what I'm gonna do going forward, but for now, there's nothing I can do. So, it hurts a little, but it's not excruciating right now, so I figured if this is gonna be anything like last time where it lasts like 10 fucking days, I might as well deal with it while I'm still ahead, so yeah. It's not like it matters whether or not no, I don't have a tooth thing going on. Nope, it is not a tooth thing. Nope, I have a chronic illness. I am not going to explain it again. I explained it in depth before. I'm not doing it again. Okay, so yeah. I appreciate it, Bubba. Twitch recommended tab. Wow, it's impressive that they would bother to recommend me. That's insane. This is a shit stream, especially in the beginning. Okay. Regardless though, so yeah, that's what's up with me. My hair looks kind of weird. It's because I was blow drying it, and then it was fine, but then I messed it up, so I tried blow drying it again, and then it went, the front went really weird. But who cares? Anyway. All that aside, apparently apparently there's a war? Or so I've been told. Is that what's happening, chat? War? Question mark? Anyone care to inform me? Israel attacked Iran? Okay, I want to get this out of the way. I think it's Iran. Is it Iran or is it Iran? Because I remember growing up in the George W. Bush era, they were always like, Iran, but I think it's Iran. Thanks, Zaz, that really helped. Thank you. Just types in the chat. Depends on who you ask. Okay, I mean, generally speaking, what's considered the, you know, correct way phonetically. That's what I'm on about. That's the shit I'm on. That's what I'm asking. Now, when USA is involved in Iran too. I see. Oh my god, it looks so weird. Anyway, I guess as the day goes on, it'll flatten out. Ah! Okay, Anywho. So. God, this is not my day, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's look into what's happening, chat. Yeah, Persia is a bit easier to say, isn't it? What a great reason to not change their name, I think. Great reason. Great reason. Well, yeah, what I'm trying to understand is, Original. So it seems from my perspective that what occurred is Trump making a lot of threats. Now Israel's the one that attacked. Am I understanding correctly? Am I understanding this correctly or no? God, when I will stream for a couple days, it really messes me up. Okay, so were the threats for the US to get involved? And also, why now? This has to do with nukes, right? Hi, you Fox. Hello. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. I will say one thing about everything before I continue. God, I hope I don't have to go on a Tesla again. I really hope not. For a lot of reasons, I hope not. It's okay though. You thought I was gonna be reporting from the hot zone? If only. If only. Wouldn't that have been impressive? Impressive. I think it would have been so impressive. Yes, Nukesers and Trump did tease at this approach. Beth Ursa attack. So where was the attack? Shall we watch a video? Let's watch a video. Because there are some of you who really don't understand either. I forgot. I don't know. I was watching a streamer the other day. And she was watching a lot of YouTube videos. It was basically the whole stream. And I kind of forgot that you people do that for some reason. Why am I getting a video recommended to me with 72 views for 22 hours ago that says Burnout is low-key a beautiful experience? What the fuck? Bro. Rock bottom, okay.
Yeah, so rock bottom. I mean, dude, there's... Where do I start, man?
Oh. Oh, this is about so. Oh, I'm in the looks maxing algo. Chat, chat, chat. We're in the looks maxing algo. No fucking way. Okay, because I thought this video that was being recommended to me
Yeah, so rock bottom. I mean...
was just like a random like look, like one of those videos that YouTube likes to recommend where it's like just someone speaking who just made a YouTube account 45 seconds ago, like recorded it in an app, like, and this is why life is good, but things are bad, but life is good. That whole thing. I'm like, what the fuck? Better click on this. No, we're in looks maxing YouTube. He's like working out. We're in the algo. No way. That's funny as fuck. Okay. They know Chad. Chad? I just called you Chad. Oh my god. Chat. To Hollis and his drummer dad open up an exclusive joint interview. Wow. Still not what we're looking for. Still not what we're looking for. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oof. Alright. Attack on Iran. Okay, what do we want, chat? Do we want to watch ABC, Fox Business, or NBC News? Funny enough, when we used to channel hop all the different news things, Fox Business, specifically Fox Business, used to have the most like funny but like not too like politically charged opinions, which was really weird because it's fucking Fox, right? But Fox Business, for whatever reason, at least at the time, was just like, they were just kind of staring at the camera going, yeah, this happened. And I was like, okay, well, alright. Which is very interesting, because I've talked about this a lot before. Like, Fox as a channel in and of itself is really weird. A lot of the people who, you know, people think of as Fox News anchors, they really are just, like, truly TV entertainment personalities. Like their shows and segments aren't really the news. It's like equivalent to like a daily or nightly show, talk show or comedy show, which is weird to think about, but it's the truth. Anyway, I think there's gonna be war to fight over. No one's fighting over me. Don't fight over me, fight for me. True. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Woohoo, yay Foxer. Not fuck you. Boxer's mine. That's stupid. That's no. No. Anyway, which one are we gonna watch? Attack on Iran. Well, that one has the most views. Let's see. It was streamed 5 hours ago.
Now, a joint operation between Israel and
Good morning, Tanner.
the US.
Oopsie, that's not what I meant to press. Silly button.
Made a post on social media. It was a
At least the buttons are working. Can you guys hear okay?
Began major combat operations in Iran. As you heard Ian
Good morning.
there, the president said the objective
Chat's a
is
little or
to
no?
defend
Okay.
American people to eliminate imminent threats from the Iranian regime, calling the regime a, quote, vicious group of people, going on to say that its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. Now, this comes as the region has been on edge for weeks. The president, we have heard him over the last few weeks repeatedly threaten military strikes against Iran if its leaders did not agree to its demands, including reining in its nuclear program. At the same time, we have seen the U.S. Build up this massive force in the region as we were waiting for potential action from the president. Now, we also know that these diplomatic talks have been ongoing, but as of last night, the president expressed his dissatisfaction with
Okay, that
the
is
state of
valid, Green Snake.
negotiations, saying that they need to make a
I should
deal
probably
that
change that
won't
title,
go
shouldn't I?
far enough. But the president, throughout the last few weeks,
The title should
has
be
been
more like, let me
stressing that
change
he
it.
wants to
It should be
see
more like finding out what the
diplomacy
fuck
here,
happened the
that
past few days because I don't fucking
this
check.
final decision, but he wasn't happy with the state of negotiations. But again, this also comes as, we have been waiting for the president to explain clearly to the American people about what his ultimate objective is. Is this about
That was a jump
nuclear
scare. That's what I was
deal?
gonna
Is this about
say.
the ballistic missile program? Is this about regime change?
Selena Wang.
What's up,
joining us
Electro
from
Slag?
DC. Thank you very much. And we want to go to Martha Raddatz, and who can explain she has covered the region for years in that region. Martha, tell us the latest.
Where the
what you're
fuck-
learning.
Well, what we know now, this joint strike between the Israelis and the U.S. is that U.S. strikes involve.
They
a
used to
mix
let you
of
change it.
US
I'll just change it here, I
aircraft
guess.
and Tomahawk cruise missiles fired by U.S. Navy ships in the region. So this is a large-scale attack. This is not.
Last
it
day?
does not appear to be this limited.
I meant
to
last
one
day.
of those
I already made a
options
typo,
that
goddamn.
President Trump was given, and that option involved making a preemptive strike to bring the Iranians to the
What the heck was that?
and be on the side of what the U.S. wanted. But clearly, those negotiations have really already broken down. I'm
Trifecta
certain that the
2029
Yo,
is
thanks for the gifted
51
sub.
subs.
Thank you, Trifecta 2029 for the gifted sub to Suna666. Thank you. What's up?
From President Trump's public statement.
All right, title changed.
That
Eating
he
breakfast,
was
drinking
not
tea.
happy
Hoping you didn't
with
drop.
the
I'm
negotiations. So
finding
what
out
this does
as
is
everyone else is, I guess, because I don't know what's going on.
Probably last
Unfortunately.
if not
Um,
weeks. There is one statement that the president made on that Truth Social video, and it was an angry posting, said, "We aren't going to take this anymore." The president said, and it's an extraordinary statement, "The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often
The hell?
happens in war, but we're doing this not for now, but we're doing this for the future, and it is a
You sure you
noble
guys are hearing this? Okay,
mission.
it's a little quiet
This
for
is
me.
the first time we have heard the president say anything about this to the American people, to give this kind of warning to the American people. He has simply said that the U.S.
The
will
last
not
day on Earth,
allow
Infinity Nikki
Iran
later. Oh
to
my
have a
god.
nuclear weapon, but he has not prepared the U.S. public or Congress for what may happen here. Again, the statement, the lives
Gonna be
of
fucked in you.
courageous
Oh
American
no.
heroes may be lost.
The
and we
last day on
may
Earth
have
stream?
casualties. That often happens in war, said the president, but we're doing this not for now, but we're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. Again, a reminder that just this week, in the State of the Union, the president had said that the nuclear program was obliterated in the U.S. strikes last June. That is clearly not what the U.S. believes anymore. They believe that the Iranians are capable of building a nuclear weapon, and they are trying to stop that from happening. A reminder also that this was a president who came into office as America
I'm gonna shut up because I
first.
do want to hear
He
this.
did not want to involve the U.S. in wars, but so far these are the third strikes that the president has made since just being in office.
And Martha, Iran has definitely also talked about how it would respond if there were any strikes that were made again. We want to go to ABC News analyst and retired Colonel Steve Ganyard. Steve, with Israel making that first strike and along with the U.S. now entering that, what it calls that U.S. joint strike, and with the president's sobering message about U.S. troops, what does that signal to you in terms of the military buildup there, of how long this could last?
Yeah, Michelle, if you remember in Midnight Hammer, the previous attack on Iran,
Guys, I'm finding out in
actually
real
fairly
time what
low
happened.
risk. We put
I apologize for not having any analysis at all. But I literally don't know what happened. I was just talking to chat about how unfortunately I'm having another flare again. That's why I sound like I have a lisp, and to please bully anyone who asks why I sound like I have a lisp, because I'm not gonna respond to them. But yeah, I'm just now finding out what's going on.
lots of
I mean, I
airplanes.
heard it this morning, but I don't actually know. And I heard about the conversations regarding it in the days prior, but still.
Iran to
I
make sure
don't know.
that the B-2 successfully get to their targets, and hitting the nuclear sites. Now, this seems to be much more widespread. We're getting preliminary reports of what appears to be a decapitation strikes within Tehran, going after the leadership in Tehran.
What is a
going
decapitation
after,
strike
not only the
specifically? I'd like to
theocracy,
know.
but the military leadership in Tehran.
AJ, I gotta
There's
drink my
also
coffee.
many strikes around the country that look like they're targeting missile sites. This has been the real worry about the ability of Iran to go out back and retaliate against Israel and all of the U.S. allies within the Gulf. So the other concern besides nuclear sites and the leadership sites have been the ability for the Iranians to strike our allies and Israel with missile retaliation strikes.
And Steve, as Americans are joining us tonight across the country watching this unfold, we're seeing video from Tehran where Israel and the U.S. have entered into joint strikes targeting sections of Tehran. We don't know exactly what their targets are at this time, but what should Americans take away from this? We have a huge military presence across the region there, some 35,000 spread out. What does this mean for American families here watching? Everyone has a loved one who's in the military or knows somebody who is.
Yeah, the U.S. military has gone to great lengths in the past few days to make sure that any U.S. troops within the region that were vulnerable have been moved out of the region. So most of the aircraft we have there are to defend our allies in Qatar and the UAE and Saudi Arabia. We've flown in lots of anti-aircraft capability to bring down missiles and aircraft that might come in a retaliatory strike. So the U.S. has done a lot to lower their footprint within the region to take away any potential retaliatory targets that the Iranians may look to take down in the hours and days to come. I think the real point here in what the president was saying is that this is going to be a long-term effort, and this isn't just a pinprick. They're going after missile sites, they're going after nuclear sites. The president did mention naval sites, so down in the Strait of Hormuz, way down in the southern part of Iran. You have a very narrow channel where about 20% of the world's petroleum goes through every day, and so the Iranian Navy has had the ability to close that, which would have repercussions for markets and economies around the world if you took that much oil off the market. So the U.S. is hitting things that Iran could do to affect the rest of the world, which include nuclear sites, missile sites, the Navy that may be able to close the very strategic waterways that could affect the rest of the global economy. So a very interesting target set, much more in detail and much more widespread than we'd seen in previous strikes.
And Steve, I want to ask you, this is probably the biggest buildup in several decades. How does this compare to the Gulf War buildup?
Yeah, it's smaller just because the U.S. military is smaller since the Gulf War, but almost, Michelle, half of the deployable air assets that the United States has have been moved into the region. So a lot of air power in the region. The interesting part about this strike is that most of that air power has not been allowed to launch from bases in the region. So in UAE and Qatar and Saudi Arabia, they've said that you can't launch your aircraft from our bases to go after Iran. So much of what's happening now is coming off the USS. The two
So it is
aircraft
Iran, it's not
carriers,
Iran.
one's in the Persian Gulf or south of the Persian
That's what
Gulf
I'm
in the
saying,
Indian
Electroslag.
Ocean. One is in the Mediterranean.
Like, what
so
the fuck?
Naval power, lots of cruise
Doesn't
missiles.
really
They
compute
are
to me.
launched either from submarines or from destroyers. And so this is, at this point, a lot of standoff missiles. We're seeing some very interesting video of cruise missiles coming across Iraq. So these very low-level flying aircraft or missiles coming across and hitting various targets within Tehran. That's another part of this. This is very quite interesting. It's the first time in memory that the U.S. has conducted a daylight raid in the region. Usually the cover of darkness is used to make sure that the Israelis or wherever it may be, or the Iranians, wherever it may be, cannot see those missiles as they're incoming. So very unusual in many ways. It's also unusual. It's the first time that the U.S. has jointly and publicly said we're conducting strikes with the Israelis. In the past, it's always been a coordination, but a
Small
quiet
sounds nicer,
coordination. But this is very
but it also
public.
sounds
This is a
false.
joint U.S.-Israeli effort, and it is targeted at the regime. The president has said, we want to change the regime. Another thought here is, does this mean that people are going to rise up in the streets, or is it just the U.S. and the Israelis are going to take down leadership and hope that the Iranian people overthrow what's left of the regime?
And Steve, we know that there's been protests there in the last few months, and of course,
Copy
the
paste
regime
from
has
Google.
cracked down. Deadly
Iran? Okay.
protests by
Yo,
any
thank you so much,
accounts
Slender, for
of
the
US
69 months.
human
Slender said
rights
subscribe
groups
for
and
69
thousands of
months.
Thank you.
Iranian demonstrators were killed during that time. I want to ask you again how this compares just in the last year with the June strikes, where the president said that they obliterated some of the nuclear sites in Iran. We're here now, though, and the talks had failed, the 3 rounds of talks between the U.S. and Iranian delegations. How is it different of what the military is doing now with Israel than how it compared with June?
Michelle, I think we need to wait for a little bit more time until we can figure out what the actual what the U.S. has actually done. In the previous strike in Midnight Hammer, we flew B-2s over Iran. We flew F-22s, F-35s. There were U.S. aircraft all over those. All over Iran and hitting nuclear targets in Iran. So one of the things that we'll look to see today is where else has the U.S. been flying? We know that they're probably, given the number of cities where we're seeing explosions, we know that many more targets have been hit, a wider variety of targets have
Vanish?
been hit,
Why?
to include 6 or 7 different cities.
Every US-led
Now, it doesn't
regime
mean that the
change has
US
gone
is
so well in the
hitting
past.
cities. It means that they're hitting, say, missile bases in those cities.
I feel so
very
dull
different,
drinking
at
tea,
least in
watching news,
terms of
furrowing my
scale.
brow.
Previously,
Bro.
in Midnight Hammer and the previous
Bro,
strikes,
the first
president was
wrinkles
very
I'm gonna
clear
get
that
are
it's
gonna be
one
brow
and done,
froze
sort
like
of
that.
get in,
I know
get
it.
out.
I know it.
B-2s will hit the nuclear sites. We launched a bunch
I'm
of
gonna be
cruise
sitting there
missiles.
going,
This sounds like it's going
so
to be a
mad.
weeks-long campaign.
And that's exactly what Martha Raddatz had alluded to, too, with what the president is saying. And Steve Gagnon,
You like a
thank you
shelving?
very much.
A
We
lot of
do
people
wanna
who
take
show
you
up
to
on
Florida
network TV,
tomorrow, Margot, and we're going to catch President Trump
have shelving like that. It's not bad, but it is like, it does seem to be like a standard amongst them.
People. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted
Yeah,
"Death
bangs
to
are
America," and
definitely a cheat
waged
code for that.
an unending campaign of bloodshed
Gotta hop on
and
that.
mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens
Like, who's
of
us?
American
I feel like your
hostages
smiley
for
faces when you say things like this are very
444
passive
days.
aggressive.
In 1983, Iran's
Just a vibe,
proxies carried out
you know?
the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years,
Rude.
as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're
I
not
think
gonna
word
put up
choice,
with
probably.
it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas,
His
that
voice.
launched the
So my
monster-
whole thing on Trump is that I think, like, I don't know. I like, it's hard for me to take him seriously. And I think in a weird way for me, that's like a big buffer. Oh, I'm muted? Really? Oh? Wait, am I? Uh-oh. No? Okay, cool, cool. I paused the video for a second. So my thing about Trump, right? My whole thing about him is I feel like he sounds so ridiculous to me that in a weird way that's almost a buffer for me in my mind. It makes it difficult for me to get mad at him simply because he doesn't seem real to me. Like he comes off as cartoonishly messed up. Does that make sense? Like, he's just so ridiculous, I guess. Oh, that was funny. But yeah, he's very difficult for me to take seriously because of the way he speaks and the way he operates, if that makes sense. That was my personal thoughts on that. But yeah, no, it's just he's him. We all know at this point. There's no need to even provide any type of caricature or any type of like joke about his personality on my part. Like, we all know. You all know. Everyone knows. It's not even a regional thing at this point. Like, literally everyone knows. Literally everybody knows. So, yeah. Very cool. God, I'm so mad. I'm still having another flare. I'm gonna lose my mind.
This October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United
stock price has
States
dropped a bit.
military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical
I have not checked
dictatorship
because it's Saturday.
from threatening America and our core
What
national
happened?
security
I wanna know.
interests. We're going
I curious to
destroy
know?
their missiles and raise
Would chat
their
like to tell me?
missile industry to the ground. It will be
Yeah, it is definitely
totally,
propped up on
again,
AI.
obliterated. We're going to annihilate them,
Exactly,
and
Grumpy.
We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies
In real
can no
time, I'm
longer
looking up like
destabilize the
the
region or
details of what
world
he's
and
describing,
attack our forces and no longer use
just
their
to cross
IEDs
reference, I guess,
or
here a little. Also, this is
roadside
really low
bombs,
quality.
as
Sorry,
they are
guys.
sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States.
90,534 has
I
gifted
built and
1,000
rebuilt our
subs.
military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication.
Star
My
Wars Mo has
administration
subscribed for
taken
1
every
month.
possible step to minimize the risk to U.S.
TJ Mo
personnel
has
in the
subscribed for
region.
1 month.
Even so,
Hold on, hold on.
hold
Subby
Subby
Fred has subscribed for
The
1 month.
Iranian regime seeks to kill. The
Jeremy has subscribed for 1 month. Like 1 month. Beefy Buttercake has subscribed for 1 month. Caft has subscribed for 1 month. William _0_0 has subscribed for 1 month.
Sorry.
Avias _Knox has subscribed for 1 month. Daddy2_ has subscribed for 1 month. BenIami_ has subscribed for 1 month. Gasson_36 had subscribed for 1 month.
I'm not kidding, it took me that entire amount of time to, like,
for 1 month.
mentally process, like, the dollar amount that even would be.
Eternal_rival has subscribed for 1 month. Code Monkey 42 has subscribed for 1 month. Site Tanjiro has subscribed for 1 month. 88
What?
88 Sky 8888 has subscribed for 1 month. Club has subscribed for 1 month. Trevor Evans has subscribed for 1 month. Packerman94 has subscribed for 1 month.
Wait.
Urkex has subscribed for 1 month. Xtoward_Aber_Guile has subscribed for 1 month. Wizo8 has subscribed for 1 month. Muscle Cow has subscribed for 1 month. Elmans123 has
Hold on, wait,
subscribed
who
for
was
1
it?
month. Sfalcon_55 has subscribed for 1 month. Bobby Cinema has subscribed for 1 month. Bernard Opke has subscribed for 1 month. Ax22 has subscribed for 1 month. Narba has subscribed for 1 month. Zigzaver has subscribed for 1 month.
Holy shit.
Soltac3R1 has subscribed for 1 month.
90534, are you still here? Wait.
26 had subscribed for 1 month.
Hold on.
Subscribed for 1 month.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Hold on.
Gather has subscribed for 1 month. Robuck_C3 is subscribed for 1 month. Green Name Tag has subscribed for 1 month. L7 Moon has subscribed for 1 month. Wolfie_ has subscribed for 1 month. Wizard_Faucets had subscribed for 1 month. Azrael_Doctor has subscribed for 1 month. Cruel Ardor has subscribed for 1 month.
I'm very
Castley has subscribed for 1 month. Plutonium
confused.
has subscribed for 1 month. Chicken McNugget Happy Meal has subscribed for 1 month. Meeple0211_ has subscribed for 1 month. Blaststone has subscribed for 1 month. Stocky Gambler
If
has
this is who I think it is.
Chad2K_ has subscribed for 1 month.
Ayo, hold on.
7777 has subscribed for 1 month. Adobe Chatting has subscribed for 1 month. Interest_ has subscribed for 1 month. Piney Cheese has subscribed for 1 month. Freak Yas Yeet has subscribed for 1 month. Garasi has subscribed for 1 month. Fun Pressure_ has subscribed for 1 month. Snorby has subscribed for 1 month. Jillcolox
Yeah, so
Underscore has subscribed for 1 month. Skull24 underscore has subscribed for 1 month. J apostrophe S underscore.
so this is someone who gifted a lot before and they did not charge back.
Richmond
So,
underscore has subscribed for 1 month. Hi underscore Amblin
no, it's real.
for 1 month. ManBearPig1410 has subscribed for 1 month. Rusty Panda has subscribed for 1 month. Freezem has subscribed for 1 month. Tyler Cardi has subscribed for 1 month. Jacques Gray underscore Moicano underscore now has subscribed for 1 month. Belvedere has subscribed for 1 month. Outlier Lala has subscribed for 1 month. Brimsler underscore 7 has subscribed for 1 month.
Dude. This
Chaotic underscore King has subscribed for 1 month.
this isn't even the first. Oh my fucking god, dude. Thank you.
Underscore has subscribed for 1 month. Miat underscore has subscribed for 1 month. Jonas Dunk has subscribed for 1 month. Danny He805 has subscribed for 1 month. Chilorak has subscribed for 1 month.
Holy shit, dude.
Maximum 100 has subscribed.
Yeah, no, I can vouch. He did not charge back.
Helium 2004 has subscribed for 1 month. Kiermy has subscribed for 1 month.
Whoa, dude, thank you so much.
Ostentatious Mongoose has subscribed for 1 month. Littlberg has subscribed for 1 month. Mork Monster has subscribed for 1 month.
Let me link one more if it's okay.
1 month.
The guy who linked British Rap. You can try to link one right now, I think. Because you have VIP. You can attempt to. See what happens.
2V underscore GG has subscribed for 1 month.
Whew.
H34L5 has subscribed for 1 month. Pepsifian has subscribed for 1 month.
Big thank you for me, but again, yeah. Clearly there's a big thank you from the people
Wolfden has
in
subscribed
this chat
for 1 month.
who like watching the chat. Or, sorry. Like watching the stream. You guys are here for watching the chat, let's be real.
Luriki underscore Engines has subscribed for 1 month.
Because
Linsifla has subscribed.
you are directly helping the stream, so thank you.
Jolty has subscribed.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, regardless of currency conversion. Electroslag is correct. People, that's rude.
Yo, it's still us.
Are you saying they're not
They never
people?
showed me love. They just showed me why I can't get close or trust, and I'm broken inside my head. I'm torn, love or lost, and I'm done with all of the gossip. I ain't got time. I just wanna go up. Why me? A gift and a curse. You can't play with fire and not get burned.
You're not wrong, Bowser, and plus that just makes me giggle, so it counts.
Why? 'Cause none of my standards met. I just push them man to the side. Like, let me do what I do best.
Gift sub war, any takers?
I would've worn my heart
Yo, what's
on
up,
my
clown?
sleeve, but I can't 'cause I'm wearing a vest. I don't forgive and forget. I can't.
You know
say
what?
Sorry, and I can forgive you, but I remember until I'm dead. I'm still indecisive. I ain't got an escape route. I can tell you about turning points. They can make or break you. There ain't a return when you pay them, man. I beg, don't let that phase you. And I've been places.
Am I
where
able to
most
put-
only life can take you. It's still us. They never showed me love. They just showed me why I can't get close or trust, and I'm broken inside my head. I'm torn, love or lost, and I'm done with all of the gossip. I ain't got time. I just wanna go up. Why me? A gift and a curse. You can't play with fire and not get burnt. You can't swim and not get wet. I'ma always settle for less. Why? Cause none of my standards met. I just push that man to the side. Like, let me do what I do best. All it takes is one good year. All it takes is knowing you're close. All it takes is doing the things that you said that you will when nobody won't. So long I've been stuck in this mode. So long I've been up in my zone. So long that I've been away. Cause I went hard, never went home. Tell me how, tell me why they never fed me, but they fed me lies. I got scared when she read my sentence. It come like I'm facing time. Used to be a yes man, I'm my own man now. I'm making them fall in line. I'm in sight, but out of reach. You can't text or call my line. It's still us. They never showed me love.
Alright.
They just showed me why.
The label does work. Hold on.
Or trust, and I'm broken. Inside my head, I'm torn. Love or lost. And I'm done with all of the gossip. I ain't got time. I just wanna go up. Why me? Why me? A gift and a curse. You can't play with fire and not get burnt. You can't swim and not get wet. I'ma always settle for less. Why? Cause none of my standards met. I just push that man to the side. Like, let me do what I do best.
Booming Echo has subscribed for 1 month.
Where's the label? There we go.
RDX_Smoda subscribed for 1 month.
Session top gifter.
Subscribed for 1 month.
I knew that existed.
Has subscribed for 1 month. Cameron has subscribed for 1 month. Max_1 has subscribed for 1 month. Corza035 had subscribed for 1 month. Loch Ness Bakery has subscribed for 1 month.
Whoa.
Nabian has subscribed for 1 month. Musil has
Gift sub for any takers. I'm too poor. Dude, thank you. Like I said, thank you from me, but also clearly thank you from the people who
subscribed for 1 month.
like watching the stream. The point is, say thank you for the gifts right now. Literally.
Forty has subscribed for 1 month. Change_nickname is subscribed for 1 month. Pipe the Pragmatist Penguin has subscribed for 1 month.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Let me see if I can rephrase that.
Philo has subscribed for 1 month. Leo_O_O_O_ has subscribed for 1 month. Byro2000 has subscribed for 1 month. One Nix Tonight has subscribed for 1 month. The_Fuzzy_Platypus had subscribed for 1 month. Sol_1496 had subscribed for 1 month.
Let's see.
Infinity has subscribed for 1 month. N1GM8 has subscribed for 1 month. Urimak1Ta has subscribed for 1 month. Demon4526 had subscribed for 1 month. 222E333 has subscribed for 1 month. Allo10660 has subscribed for 1 month. I say Booyah28 has subscribed for 1 month.
Will that update?
NeoMagic808 has subscribed for 1 month. Quangong has subscribed for 1 month. Metal SH0 has subscribed for 1 month. Koro4Cot238 has subscribed for 1 month. And 60 has
Might take a minute to update.
Shubadu has subscribed for 1 month. Mosk has subscribed for 1 month. MV64 has subscribed for 1 month. Ross8 has subscribed for 1 month. Icositor has subscribed for 1 month. Zomka_A_chicken has subscribed for 1 month. Simps has subscribed for 1 month. Blitzkrieg has subscribed for 1 month.
Since you just entered a new tax bracket, are we going to try filet mignon for the first time on stream? Dude, thank you. I mean, the person just wrote in chat where they're from, guys. Couple brokies rage baiting in chat. No. I was saying chat was thankful, but now they just got called brokies. That's... But no, 90534 is saying they're from London. Bro, I'm a brokey. Well, I guess not now, but like, whoa! Dude, I don't even know what to say. I don't I'm like programmed to my core against, you know, getting too sappy with it. There have been points where I feel oof. Thank you so much. Yeah, you actually have to be nice and grateful. I am grateful, but that is it's genuinely difficult to even process for me because it when there's such a direct like impact on things like that, it just really helps. That's all I'm gonna say. So thank you. You're welcome. I gotta go. Have a great rest of your day, dude. Thank you so much. You were really kind last time we spoke, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yeah, they're still going. They're gonna keep going. They're gonna keep going. I have an article you might need. Buying a yacht, chat. Chat, do we buy a yacht? A wise man once said, if it flies, floats, or fucks, you rent, you don't buy. Or so I've been told. Any yacht owners in chat have recommendations?
CR500 has subscribed for 1 month.
Yeah, I think that might be rude, Super Cajun.
Subscribed for 1 month. Limit 77 has subscribed for 1 month.
Yeah, sorry if the last however long that lasted was incredibly
1 month.
boring to watch. I remember
1 month.
last time,
Hamley E has subscribed for 1
I'm just gonna say 905. Last time 905 gifted,
_P has subscribed
I looked back at the VOD and I was just
Freddy _P has
in
subscribed
shock.
for 1 month. Monster Pepito has subscribed for 1 month. Atheistic _ has subscribed for 1 month. Lukey _ Einstein has subscribed for 1 month.
There are people who
Camric has subscribed for 1 month.
like the stream or support the stream and, you know, who
Shoot Pew _LaCroix has
type in chat or don't type in chat, but I know, you know, I have some concept of why, you know,
Robbie Gaming has subscribed
they support the stream and because they like it. But when someone just comes in and drops a bunch of gifted subs or donas or whatever, I'm just
1K has subscribed for 1 month. Matt141 has subscribed for 1 month. Lillykin has subscribed for 1 month. John Stewart has subscribed for 1 month. A _N _ you _
shit, dude.
_ I _ has subscribed for 1 month. Ludge has subscribed for 1 month.
I was talking earlier about like
Sumo has subscribed for
how unfortunately I'm having a flare again and how I really hope I don't have to go back on Tesla and like
1 month.
there's just a lot of shit.
The Sec has subscribed for
There's a lot of shit in the back of my head.
A Trey 5 has subscribed for 1 month. Noda Zipper has subscribed
And
for
just
1 month.
direct support like that
1 month.
with numbers like that, it's just insane. I still don't even fucking know,
Alice _88 has subscribed for 1 month.
like, off the top of my head what that even amounts to dollar-wise. But thank you. Streamer so pretty. Dude, I look like shit today, but thank you.
Has subscribed for 1 month.
Okay, bye. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much, man.
Wago 1 has subscribed
Seriously.
for 1 month. Username 010.
I was literally about to use the word tithe when I saw Medicrate said all chatters should give 10%. No. The Foxer tithe.
Pinnaboy has subscribed for 1 month. Cash Market
No, you're pretty coherent, Cajun. Don't worry.
Hers Z has subscribed for 1 month.
You guys like the stream? You're here for the stream. I will keep
Has subscribed for 1 month.
the show on the road. That's what I will do.
Has subscribed for 1 month.
I need to learn how to do that
Zelenies has subscribed
instead of
for 1 month.
processing it
Dofula has subscribed for 1 month.
so slowly.
Lovable Loser 699 has subscribed for 1 month. Uniacid has subscribed for 1 month. Zian has subscribed for 1 month. Philippe 188 has subscribed for 1 month. Nights Off Night has subscribed for
Dude, I remember the first time someone like
Popcorn Mouthwash.
gifted a bunch of subs to me. And it was right after
For 1 month.
I had moved into that last apartment by myself.
Subscribed for 1 month.
And I had people over like helping me move stuff. And I was streaming one day and
Grandmaru has subscribed for 1 month.
I remember just like
Our TE28 has
after the stream walking into the room being like,
Stuff has subscribed for 1 month.
I don't
Kenny 20
understand. Like, I don't,
subscribed for 1 month.
I just don't believe that. Like, how? Why? I just don't process it.
On
And my friend was like, yeah, no, that's how that works. I'm like, what the fuck?
SNT8 has subscribed for 1 month. GT Pinos has subscribed for 1 month.
Phew.
Subscribed for 1 month. Vincent Kingo has subscribed for 1
Thank you, Zero Fox, for the 55 months. Thank you. But yeah, I need to learn to process that and move along. That's what I need to do. Yeah, right, chat? Right? Right? We're buying a yacht, you know? Whew. You should expect it. I don't expect it. If you expect it, then you're kind of setting yourself up for failure, right? Because when everything's voluntary, you can't really expect to just go live and have anything in particular happen. You should demand it. No, that's rude. By the way, I never knew that people could charge back subs until you mentioned it. I thought Twitch would just take the L in the stream. Streamer have the subs if someone charges back. The problem is, Twitch isn't like... Twitch isn't the one, like, doing the chargeback. Or Twitch isn't the one that's receiving. It's not like someone goes to Twitch and says, oh, never mind, right? It's like someone goes to their card company. I've only been charged back a couple of times. First 2 times I think were really early on. And they're very frustrating because at the time you were charged a fee because you were considered a merchant, and if someone charged back, that's why people have all those disclaimer things, even though it doesn't really do anything. But they have all those disclaimer things all over their panels. It's like, this is non-refundable, blah, blah, blah. Because streamers are being charged as though they were vendors who are receiving a chargeback through a payment processor. Yes, and so you used to literally lose money. Not just the amount you had received taken away, but on top of that, you used to lose money, like a penalty. I don't know if they still do that, but the first 2 times were like that. And I think it was a percentage-based thing, which made it so much worse. But after that, I don't think it happened for a very long time. There was one time, I think it was strange, me and another person were streaming on the same day, and we both got gifted by the same person. We both got chargebacks, and we were both kind of like, maybe the person like did a little whoopsie daisy, I don't know, but I don't think either of us ever said anything. And then I think there was one semi-recently, in the past several years, but... Yeah, this person did not charge back. Yeah, the disclaimer doesn't do anything, unfortunately. And plus, a lot of people do those chargebacks through their card companies, not through, like, sites where they made purchases. Remember the clip of the girl who was like berating her chat for not don't knowing enough Lamau. It works for some people. I remember, I think I know which clip you're talking about, where she's like, what do you mean? Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's only $5 or something, which I don't know. I don't know if that worked for her or not, but geez. But before that, I remember many, many, many years ago, this is way before a lot of you guys were probably even on the website. This was probably like 2018, 2017, 2018. I remember there was someone who was like, I don't even know if this is someone who streams anymore, or I don't even think it was a big streamer. But it was someone who basically was like, it was a clip of this girl, and she was basically like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to stream full time unless like we meet like this certain amount of like this goal or something each month, because like I can't quit my job until blah blah blah. And there were a lot of YouTubers, specifically, I think Keemstar got really mad about it, and he was like, this is so messed up, blah blah blah, because all those YouTubers are making so much fucking money, but they criticized everyone. Like, if they weren't just purely doing it for the love of the game, then, you know, it was really fucking evil. But I think people started to realize, one, how much money YouTubers made, so they stopped kind of acting or perceiving them as being holier than thou when it came to that kind of thing, and just like doing it for the love of the game. But also kind of processing that like people who like stream or do YouTube like still need to survive. Like, I don't even think that's up for debate anymore. I don't even think there's anyone who's sitting there just like thinking that. But at the time, people did act like it was questionable. People either assumed you were like, I don't even think people typically assumed anyone was like a big YouTuber or anything. People pretty much, no matter how successful you were, would assume you had like no money. The $5 streamer? Is that the one who said it's only $5, that one? Turd says he saw he saw Keemstar. If I were a streamer, I personally wouldn't beg for subs, but I don't think it's terrible if someone did where you need to make a YouTube video about them. I don't even think the girl that Keemstar was talking about was like begging. I think like it was just a clip of her literally like very straight, in a very straightforward way, explaining like, yeah, like, you know, for me to quit my job, I'd have to like have this amount of blah 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 blah. I think what she was saying was, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to quit. I don't remember. It was just something about, it was basically like she had a job and she wasn't gonna quit her job unless she was making a certain amount streaming or something. I think someone might have asked, why don't you go full time? And she was like, oh, I'm not gonna do that, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, like I said, I don't even think that's up for debate now. And there's a fine line of what begging for subs means. Like, I fucking hate alluding to, you know, goals or anything. I really, really do. I really do. I really, really don't like it. But unfortunately, I'm not a big streamer. I don't make money off of ads like that. So, having some kind of like, you know, because even I sometimes, when I'm watching other people, I kind of just like forget. It's just in the back of my, I'm just not really thinking about it. Like, oh yeah, this person's spending hours doing this. Like people might not even think, you know, because if you're watching it in the background or you're not thinking about it, you might not think about potentially supporting. So it's not about like guilting every single individual person to be like, no, you need to do this. It's only $5. I think that's ridiculous, right? But if people, want to, and they enjoy the stream, and the option to directly support it is there. I think so, Bowser. Again, this was like almost a decade ago, so I don't fully know. I've heard Snapchat's high paying, which is insane to me. That's why you have Turbo. You don't have Turbo, and I also don't even know what you mean. Like, people want you to go full time and you have to be like, listen, I have a job with benefits costs. Exactly. People don't realize, like, how much, it's very difficult to, how do I phrase this? I was gonna say it's very difficult to be self-employed, but it's more complicated than that, and there are probably a lot of benefits to that as well. But it's difficult to I'd imagine very difficult to pass up a full-time job with benefits for a situation where you're paying like a large amount of money in tax and you need to figure out health insurance and stuff completely on your own. True. It used to not be like that though. People used to kind of assume every YouTuber was kind of like broke. Yeah, I don't think talking about the realities of how much you need to go full time is begging, especially if it's someone who like had like a very particular job and like people are like, please stream more, and they're literally just explaining like, oh well, this is what I need to quit. To me, that isn't even like that's just realistic. That's just saying like, oh well, this is, you know, the circumstance under which I'd be able to quit or whatever. But I personally don't like going out of my way to talk about that kind of stuff, if I can avoid it. Someone did the math, is gonna go on for another hour? No fucking way. Yeah, people were really mad at the one girl who said, like, it's only $5, why aren't you subbing? Or something like that many years ago. What do you mean not everyone makes as much as PewDiePie? If he doesn't find 10 things to be pissed about every day, his business fails. Is Keemstar still making stuff? But I think Keemstar kind of had a thing against Twitch for a while. Because I think they banned him or something very early on, and I think he resented them for it. I think? Is that what happened? Hi, Foxer. This is your landlord. I'm writing to inform you that your rent will increase by 1,000 subs. Fuck! 1,000 subs per month effective on 3/1/26. I want to assure you that I've carefully considered the need for this increase. Fuck! Fuck. Shit. No! No! This is the clip everyone got mad about. I think I know which one you're talking about. I don't know if I'm gonna play it. I don't want people accusing me of, like, harassing someone, but... See, I don't know, even at the time, I didn't really... Like, I don't really know her style of streaming. Like, is that just, like, really heavy like a joke? Is that, like, a meme for her? You know, like, what, like... Was that actually her thing? You thought that my Fortnite's lag? Is Fortnite lagging so much? I don't think it was for me. How's the grad at the office workshop? I just got a 1,000 sub bonus at the office. At the office work job. But it's Saturday, so... Yeah, I have no office work job that I totally do. That's a thing? There's a community of that? Not this one. There's like some reason that it didn't. It's different for some reason. At my company that I work for. Where did you guys say I worked again? Did you guys say I had an office job at Twitch, or is it something else? Why does my hair look so weird today? Okay, none of you care. It's fine. Whew. They're merging all the servers into the American server to reduce the amount of bots your games only zero. What's up to the bots? Oh no, the office job is somewhere else. You just don't tell us where exactly. That's crazy. Wow. Okay. Well, that was quite the word is escaping me. Quite the not deterrent. Quite the not a segue. Quite the deviation. I think maybe that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, but couldn't they just lower capacity then? That doesn't really make sense. Oh yeah, a huge feud with a coworker. No, I don't. That's not an office job. Alright. Let's go back to what Drumpf was saying. Because I do want to know. Do you ever do a ponytail? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? First of all, if I put my hair up in a ponytail, you wouldn't see it. You would just be like, Foster, did you cut your hair? Because everyone on this website thinks you're bald if they can't see your hair. What am I supposed to do? Stream from the side the whole time? Why? Why do people ask things like that? I don't get it. Why? Out of all the things that could be discussed right now, do you ponytail? Ponytail? Huh?
Lives of courageous.
All right, so for context, not that most of you are fucking here for this, but I want to know what's going on. Bro, wait, and today's the last day of the month. Bro. Dude, okay, first of all, first 2 months of this year have been crazy. Second of all, that means that some money will be in my upcoming payment from Twitch, because that's how they cap it off. They cap it off by month. But if it happened tomorrow, I wouldn't have got it for like 45 days. So that's kind of crazy. Shout out to the last day of the month. Literally fun crusher. Stinking rich. 903-453-4973 timed it. Yeah, literally timed it perfectly, bro. You said we don't care about your hair, so I asked her a question. That's fair. What's your hair's opinion on the Iran situation? That's a good question. Sorry, I got rage baited last week. Oh no, you're good. You're good. What? You know, I was gonna say what happened, but you probably don't want to talk about it. Anyway, hi. We're gonna watch what's going on here with the Iran situation. Because I'm trying to get caught up. I was gifted 1,000 subs in the middle of that, and we kind of had a bit of we diverted things. Things diverted a bit because of it, so. We'll carry on. Yeah. Absolutely crazy. 1,000, yes. Congrats, by the way. Thank you. I mean, I didn't do anything to deserve it. I just was sitting here. Whew. See? It's real. Look at the label. Let's pretend it's part of the ABC News thing. That's real news. See, I thought that too, Electric, but then I looked and it was someone who did this before. And everyone thought they were gonna charge back that time. And, for like a month, people were like, I think for like a couple months, people were like, did they charge back? And they didn't. And that was like a huge part of how I was able to afford to move. Because moving's very expensive. I don't know what I would have done if that hadn't been the case. When did they launch 1,000? Yeah, moving is very expensive. No, I'm not moving just because you didn't know. That's not. No, I was just saying last time, like, it was a huge part of why I was able to afford moving and why there weren't like any, you know, major hurdles preventing me from doing it. Chat. Because I'm not spending it on moving, I need to know. I need all. I'm not gonna follow anyone's advice, but I want to know. Chat, I need to know. What do you think? What does chat think I should do with this? I'm surprised people aren't like, Foxer, buy GameStop. Foxer, do this. Lexus, save it. Yeah, no, Corey. I want the funny answers though. I want the crazy people answers. I'm not gonna do any of it. Of course I'd save it, but you know what I mean. Poland, what? More subs? Ooh, big brain, more subs, reinvest. Do not invest. 2A, I already invest. A van? What kind of van? Like a grumpy van? They added the 1K sub option 4 or 5 months ago. Then I think 1,000 was the max for a while, and then they added 200. Then recently 1K. Short OpenAI. We'll have to look into what's happening with that too. Dude, poof. I'm just like shocked. Whew. By Trent and Flex on Clav? Yeah, that's what I should do. S&P 500 and Broth are legit. What about 2 sticks of DDR5 RAM? I mean, there are a lot of topics I want to get into here. I know that wasn't me, but I know a lot of people are talking about like actually buying RAM as an investment. People were doing the same things with graphics cards several years ago. As someone who's always like stressed how important RAM was and how I think it's really in the consumer space, how I think it's really the importance of it is heavily underestimated. I do think this whole RAM thing is gonna be a bit silly, but I want to get into why certain people are saying that RAM hoarding is useless. We'll see. But I do want to hear what's happening with Iran, because this is within the past 12 hours, I believe. Literally, I need to get the poverty off of me, dude. Just so, sorry, someone made a joke earlier that it was Israel gifting to me. I don't know why they made that joke. A lot of things were being said in chat at the time. That was just one thing my eyes glossed over. Does Trump have a black eye? He might. Now, I wasn't processing this because of what happened, so we're gonna rewind it a little. To everyone who has gifted a sub, congrats. To everyone who likes the stream, congrats. I'll still be here next month. Pete Foxer Alive Fund. What do they call it when they do, like, what's it called? Like seeding investment, like funding rounds? The Foxer something investment something round months of February complete. I think this counts for February. If it does, that is... Whew. Gambling. Gambling. Why gambling? How many more subs to hit gold? That's a good question. It's nice out. That's good. Let's see, does this count for... The clown sub is just now popping up, that's crazy. Oh wait, people cheered bits, and I didn't even get to see it. Oh my goodness, wait. I need to refresh these pages. Thank you for the 10 bits from Louch and Bowser for the 1 bit. Thank you. It's a real one requested ad time. Ah, I see, I see. Maybe in a bit we can do some ad time. And again, yeah, I think I already said thank you, Clown, for the 7 months. Thank you, Zero, for the 4 months. Or the, sorry. Not, thank you, Clown, for the 23 months. And thank you, Zero, for the 55 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, I just pulled up my analytics and I was like, oh no, did it count for the next month? Because it was just an entirely white screen. Because it shows it through like a chart where it shows like each day, right? It was entirely white screen, and then like this one day where the bar's like here, and every day is like, it's just the entire rest of the page is white. I'm like, oh no, did it count for March? No, you literally just couldn't see the other days. In comparison. Here, I'll show in the Discord. Where's the silly little... Where's the desktop thing? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, I need you guys to take a look really quick. No, this isn't all revenue. This is just subs. Oh. I was like, wait, why is it blank? What's up? What's going on? See, but the Austin community is a community of people. I'm one person. True, Bowser. Valid. I would buy 3 to 4 grand in shares and ride the elevator and sell when I made 200. So what? I think we might have made it through the 1,000 notifications, guys. If you can believe that. All right, that was insane. Every time where something like this has happened, like, I have never forgotten that day. Shit's just insane to me. Whew, okay, I will move on. 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 I won't just make this entire stream me staring at the wall blankly, processing it. Oh, I should do that in my own
They
time.
rejected every opportunity
Okay.
to renounce their nuclear ambitions,
So I
and we can't take it anymore.
did miss the discussion here.
Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now
Dylan,
threaten
stop
our
it.
very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime
Sorry, my
would be
rich
if
person
they ever
alarm just
had
went off. It's because I was in the vicinity of my phone. I'm so rich.
To deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again,
What time was this where this
we're going
occurred?
to annihilate their navy. We're going to ensure that the region's
It's
terrorist
insane,
proxies
Electric. Every
can
time
no
something like
longer
this has happened, I've
destabilize
lost my
the
fucking
region or
mind.
the world and attack our forces and no longer use
When it's
their
donos, it's like, holy
IEDs
shit, thank you so much, dude. Like, it's
roadside
crazy to
bombs,
process.
as
When
they
it's
are
subs,
sometimes
it's like,
called, to so gravely wound
it's
and
crazy.
kill thousands and thousands of
It's insane.
people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have
That's a good point, Bowser. I'm not
nuclear
sure.
weapon. This regime will soon learn
It
that
might have
no
bottomed
one
out
should
so much that you
challenge the
couldn't scroll
strength
back
and
up to
might
the
of the
top of
United
like
States
where they
Armed
occurred. That
Forces.
maybe technically 1,000
I
occurred,
built and
but if you
rebuilt our
scroll up, it
military
wouldn't
in
have
my
shown
first
1,000.
administration.
It is March
And there's
tomorrow,
no
and I was
military
right. Oh,
on earth
the whole reason I
even
checked that to
close.
begin with was to see if all of that counted for February or for March. and accounted for February, so I will be receiving that money in like a couple weeks, which is way better than 45 days. Last day of the month is technically with Twitch streaming, the last day of the month is the quickest way to go from like A to B if you're thinking about it, like the streamer receiving the funds.
To its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel.
Is the difference between 15
Even
days
so,
or 45
and
days?
I do not make this statement lightly. The
Thank you,
Iranian
they
regime seeks to kill.
Vikelar. I created
The
that during
lives of
Inktober,
courageous
I
American
believe in
heroes may be
2021. It was
lost,
very
and we
fun.
may have casualties. That often happens in war, but we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray.
I meant
for
this,
every
Glenn. I
service
meant
member
the
as they selflessly
him
risk
speaking.
their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will
They
never
should
be
pay every
threatened
day.
by a nuclear
Who are you
armed
referring
Iran.
to? You
We
could either
ask
be
God
talking
to
about something
protect
relating
all
to
of
the
our
war,
heroes in harm's way,
or you could be afraid
and
of
we
people
trust
gifting me
that
1,000
with
subs, and I
His
would
help,
not know which.
the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic
any employer?
Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity.
The thing
Or
with Twitch
in
is
the
it's not
alternative,
even an
face
employer, so I don't even
certain
think they
death.
could pay out daily. It would be too
So,
expensive for
lay
them.
down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity.
They only pay
or
out if you make
you will face
$100.
certain death. Finally,
So.
to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside.
And
Bombs
that's
will be
per
dropping
month.
everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want.
Was this
So let's see how you
before or after
respond.
they announced it?
America is backing
I'm a
you
little
with
confused, chat.
overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
You've been listening to President Trump speaking from Mar-a-Lago about the U.S. joint strikes with Israel in Tehran. Those strikes occurring in the past 2 hours. If you're joining us, the president laying out the foundation of a possibly prolonged war in the region.
So this must have been
ABC's
before,
Martha Raddatz with reaction.
correct?
Martha.
That was an extraordinary statement. It is clear we are not doing limited strikes. This could last. We do not know how long, but the U.S. is now at war with Iran.
It's all very average at this point. What do you mean by
After 4
average?
decades, the president said, reacting
I have
to
no
everything
idea.
that's happened
I have
from
no
the
idea,
hostages taken back in the 1970s, also leading up to the recent protests in Iran. Steve Ganyard joins us again. Steve, give us an idea. He also had a message, the president did, for those in Iran.
Yeah, Michelle, I think what's interesting here is that the initial strikes that we saw were cruise missiles. So because it's daylight, we'll have to see what happened, but I don't think that the U.S. would have put U.S. aircraft over Iran during daylight hours. Just makes it too easy for the Iranians to get a lucky shot here or there. So we'll need to watch where the targets were. We do know that many missile sites have been hit. It appears perhaps that one of the nuclear energy, the civil nuclear sites down in Bashir, down in the Persian Gulf may have been hit. Will be interesting to see if some of the naval bases around the Strait of Hormuz were hit, but the president made it very clear. This is a decapitation effort. It's a regime change effort, and the whole point here is for the Iranian people to rise up and to overthrow the theocracy that has run that country for decades.
ABC's Stephen Ganyard. We want to leave you with Ian Pannell's thoughts from Tel Aviv. He's there. Ian, You're under a state of emergency, as well as all Israelis in that area waiting for retaliatory possible strikes.
Yeah, that's right. State of emergency declared. Looking around here, the streets are completely empty. People are hunkered down at home, fearing the worst. They've been through this before, but nobody knows how long this is going to go on. I think one of the most remarkable things in the president's statement was his encouragement to the Iranian people to rise up. In other words, this is an
I sure am. Rejax, what's up?
Strategy.
Does he have eyebrows? I can't tell.
It's
It's a good question. It's a very good question.
What the operation was last June. It's not just about dealing with the amount of enriched uranium it's got.
Guys, it's me
This
talking
seems
right
to
now.
be about regime change, and therein it doesn't seem to have a finite length. We don't know how long this will last, how you'll measure success. The regime certainly isn't going to go quietly, and I think, as Martha and Steve have said, I think we're in for the long haul.
ABC's Ian Panel in Tel Aviv.
Yes, the U.S. did attack Iran.
Keeping up on all the
I'm trying to
events that are
understand what
taking
happened.
place.
In the middle of
We'll
us
have
trying to
a lot
understand,
more
at
on
least
Good
me,
Morning America later this
trying to understand what
morning. I'm
happens.
Michelle Franzen in New York.
Someone gifted all those subs.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Yo, thank you, Bo, for the 16 months.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News.
Oh, the gigantified emails. Hello, hello. Yo, thank you so much, Austin, for the 4,444. I can turn the volume back up now on this.
that only streams marbles, as we know you would want.
A Mega Moose Lady gets you annihilated. We'll resurrect you as an AI that only streams marbles. You guys would love if I became a AI only or a marbles only AI stream. Oh my god, that would be funny as hell. Thank you so much for the 4,444 bits, balls, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I love that gigantified cat. It makes me happy. I like it. Yes, I unfortunately did have some flares coming on yet again, and at this point I'm like, if it knocks me out for like several days in a row, I'm just might as well try while I'm still ahead. So I've not been looking into anything that happened. We're finding out what happened, and someone came in and gifted 1,000 subs, and I just kind of like sat there processing it. Okay, that apparently was from 7 hours ago. We're gonna watch something from 4 hours ago.
We want to go right back to NBC's chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joining us from Dubai.
This is very quiet
Like this,
to me. Am I crazy?
a short time ago is beginning
Full interview. Wait.
Yeah, I mean,
Do we have something live?
to you, it is Peter Alexander here from Studio.
Live now from Fox. Oh my god. I kind of want to see what Fox is saying. People will get mad preemptively if anyone's like, Fox, if someone comes in without this context, they're like, Fox, why are you watching Fox? Please explain to them because it's funny, because it's funny, because it's funny.
About the objectives of these strikes and what
Let's see, what are they saying?
Iran must move on, as we were just touching on lawmaker reaction here in the U.S. But if we go back to international relations here, if international bodies or other governments call these actions violations of international law, what legal weight do those really carry?
Well, none if they're
Quite low? Okay.
stations. And I think we're living in an age, Christy, where the name of international law is consistently
Why is
being
everything
used
so
in
quiet?
vain by certain people seeking to promote a
Can
particular
you guys hear it now?
political agenda. We should be quite clear about what international law says and what it does not say. There is an inherent right to self-defense that states have. It's recognized under the UN Charter in Article 51, but it's inherent. It's not
They have a
bestowed
poll?
upon states. Some call it
Bro,
a
I was
God-given
about to say,
right.
please don't tell me this shit's on like Kalshi or something, but of course it is, right? Of course it is. I'm sure, right? It would be silly of me to assume it's not, right? Oh my god, it says I have 1,200 subs right now. Can you guys fucking... Dude, imagine. Imagine being a streamer large enough to have that many subs every month. Oh my god, that would be like life-changing. That would be insane. I told myself I wasn't going to keep processing this. Okay.
But in those circumstances, the exercise of that self-defense, preemptive as it might be in the situation where the United States is seeking to prevent the Iranian Islamic regime from obtaining nuclear weapons, that is at the essence of the conduct that we have seen from the United States vis-a-vis Iran. So many people are able to get away, I think, with these false claims of illegality under international law because general levels of literacy on international law are not particularly high. But I think it's extremely important that we challenge false legal analysis like that and say, well, under the laws of war, under what we call jus in bello and jus ad bellum, the justifications that the American president set out at the start of these combat operations against Iranian military installations fall squarely within the legal parameters and the framework of international law that you've mentioned.
But if we look ahead here, could these strikes set a precedent maybe for use of force internationally?
Well, I think the Americans already did that after the September 11th attacks in the course of the so-called war on terror. The notion of preemptive strikes in self-defense was significantly expanded. What was previously thought to require an imminent threat has taken on a somewhat broader meaning, and that's understandable in situations where both the military capabilities have developed significantly over the last few decades, where cyber plays a very significant role, and we are aware, I think, of also a very significant cyber attack having accompanied the kinetic attacks by America on Iranian.
But the 1,000 is collateral for a 5,000 Kalshi loan.
Military capability
Don't bet, don't do it, shatters.
How the laws of armed conflict
And I'm not doing
and the
it either.
framework governing this in international law develops.
Will it be a novel?
Like this,
I don't like
the United
novels.
States simply cannot
I could probably
be
write
expected to wait
a nice
until
novel
the
though, Force and
Ayatollah has
Yoso.
his finger on the red button, threatening U.S. civilians in circumstances where it may no longer
Isn't it really
have
cheap to self-publish on
capability
Amazon?
to take out a nuclear program buried so very far underground. And we know that the Iranians were taking significant measures to prevent aerial bombardment from affecting its nuclear program going forward. So in those situations, and certainly from the president's statement, it seems very clear to me that the American administration has taken the position that this is
am I supposed to be having a certain reaction to that information, Bowser?
Justify the preemptive action that the United States has taken. And as I said earlier, there is a clear framework in international law that conduct that ticks those boxes is legal. Those that are claiming that it is illegal certainly haven't taken into account that analysis. But it's very interesting if you look at the sorts of people that are very upset about what has happened overnight and this morning, and the sorts of people that are using this false claim of illegality. They aren't necessarily, for the most part, the immediate allies of the United States, of Israel, or indeed of the United Kingdom. They are
I'm gonna go make breakfast. Wait, what? Am I not listening? I think maybe I'm just not listening properly. I'm a little lost.
Before we wrap up here, I did want to just quickly.
Streamer is very cute. Hope you're all doing amazing. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Let's go, Raichu.
And he said, quote, "We may have casualties. That often happens in war." As we're taking a live look there at the White House, I'm
gonna need to hear chat's thoughts here. I think I'm just so thrown off by what happened that I'm not processing this.
Strikes hitting civilian locations trigger investigations into possible war crimes.
Well, apologies for the noise just then. It's an indication of further missiles onto central Israel on the missile home defense app on my phone. So your viewers will understand that there are continuing waves of ballistic missiles onto Israeli civilians as we speak. But in relation to the inevitable, I'm afraid, civilian and collateral damage in any war, the primary responsibility of moral armies, law-abiding armies, is to minimize those inevitable civilian casualties as much as possible. It is a very tragic but necessary fact of war that civilians will die. What we have seen, certainly over the last 2 years, with respect to Israel's conduct in the Gaza Strip, is an unprecedented attempt to reduce civilian casualties by taking precautions, by issuing warnings, by exercising proportionality assessments on a scale frankly never seen before. And I have no reason to expect that the military lawyers of both the IDF and the United States military will not be taking similar approaches with respect to minimizing civilian casualties. Of course, the targets of these strikes are military installations, to the extent that Iran and its proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah included, insist on using human shields and the civilian population in those respective areas to defend themselves or to seek to prevent legitimate strikes on their military installations. That is simply a calculation that the US military, that the Israeli military will have to undergo, a proportionality exercise that they will have to take with respect to the strikes that they are launching. But it's important to stress that that is always going to be measured against the anticipated military advantage of a strike. That's what international law says. And this is not an effects-based analysis. It doesn't really focus on how many civilians have ultimately perished, but what the intention of the law-abiding militaries was when carrying out their strikes. So that's an important measuring stick for when perhaps inevitably we start hearing about casualties in the course of these strikes against Iran that were not understandably all combatants. Unfortunately, one of the great tragedies of any armed conflict situation is that civilians will perish.
Yeah, and Natasha, we touched on a lot here, a lot to unpack there. Is there anything else that you think we missed? And just for our viewers, if I'm looking down, I'm just monitoring here to see if we're getting any more live feeds coming in. But Natasha, before I let you go, anything else you would like to add?
Well, I think perhaps in conclusion, this is clearly a momentous occasion. It is military action that has been a long time coming, Christy. The US buildup of military infrastructure in the region over so many weeks indicates also very strongly that it has been carefully planned. I think what the Iranians probably didn't gamble with was the recent statement that we've seen from Saudi Arabia in response to these indiscriminate attacks by Iran, by the Iranian regime, the Islamic regime there, against Bahrain, Saudi, strikes on Riyadh itself, Qatar, Kuwait. What we have seen is a dramatic shift in what's going on in the region and a dramatic shift in the balance. Saudi in particular was, until yesterday, seeking to broker an alternative outcome on behalf of the Iranians. It has now said it is all in defense of its regional partners, its brothers, as the statement read. So that is undoubtedly a game changer.
All right, Natasha, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
It's great to be with you. Thanks, Christy.
And we are going to step away for a commercial break. Thank you so much to Natasha for breaking that down for us. We have a lot going on here right now. We've got a lot of feeds coming in. Okay, so we do have this live look that is just coming in here, confirmed to me by my producer, Markima. This is out of Iran. As we are starting to get these images starting to come in here, we've been showing you a lot of Israel this morning, but this live look now coming in out of Iran. Another update for you as we continue to watch this feed. Senate Majority Leader John Thune has now spoken out on President Trump's strikes against Iran. He says for years, Iran's relentless nuclear ambitions, its expanded ballistic missile inventory, and its unwavering support for terror groups in the region have posed a clear and unacceptable threat to U.S. service members, citizens in the region, and many of our allies. So that was just post there from Thune as we were waiting for more lawmakers members of Congress to speak out, as we did hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson just a little bit earlier this morning there as well. We're going to step away for a commercial break on Live Now from Fox, working behind the scenes to bring you more information. We'll bring it to you next.
Oof. Okay, well that's on BRB. Bro, until I get to the orthodontist, I need to get some like dental wax or something. I could get a 1-pack for $5. Or I could get a 6-pack for $7.99. Will I ever use 6 packs of dental wax? No, I fucking won't. Will I feel incredibly stupid if I get the $5 one? Yes, yes I will. Am I stupid? See, because I feel like I'm stupid and I'm falling for it if I buy the $7.99 6-pack because I don't fucking need it. But then I also feel like I'm stupid if I... Buy both!
You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome in if you are just joining us. My name is Christy Matino, and we continue to follow.
Just be stupid. But which one's more stupid? I'm just curious on chat's thoughts on this. It's a silly thing, obviously. It's not the end of the world either way, right? Yeah, but like, I don't know anyone who needs dental wax. Like, technically, obviously, hold on, I'll pause this, or at least mute it. Technically, obviously, the better buy would be. But then there's part of me that's like, I literally never, ever will use it. And it almost feels like, unless you have like unlimited space, then it doesn't matter, right? And it doesn't matter. But then it's like, there's part of me that thinks that by like storing something in my home that I don't fucking need, it's almost like I'm the one being scammed. Yeah, I mean, I feel in this case I do feel like the obvious answer is to get this, the one with more for $7.99 because it's like that's such an insane difference. But in the back of my head I am like, what am I gonna do with these? I don't need them. That was just a comical case because the difference is so obvious. Like that's an average of like what, like 133 per piece compared to 5 per piece. Whatever though. Yeah, this is for until I go to the orthodontist though. Within the past several years I've had all my wisdom teeth removed, and there's like, now that there's more room, there's like a slight shift, and I'm gonna have to go back to the orthodontist eventually to like have some adjustments done. But there's like a slight gap I'm feeling up here in the back, I'm assuming, because there's like an air bubble. I'm talking and I'm like, this is gonna drive me crazy. I need to seal this up at least when I'm talking. So I'm getting some fucking wax.
Joining us here at home. If you are just tuning in, you can see the viewer bug in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. If you are just
Stop
waking
motion
up on
animation?
this Saturday morning,
I
did
could do
want
that
to
with the
quickly recap
wax.
for you here what we do
Guys,
know
wait,
as
yeah,
of
I could do
this
so many
morning,
funny little
as
things
this
with
is
the
very
wax.
fluid.
Think about it.
We're getting these updates in by the moment here, the reaction as
Yeah, give
people
the
are
extras
starting
out
to
as
wake
Christmas
up
gifts
this
is a really
morning.
good point, actually.
So if you are one of those people just waking up, here's what we know. The U.S.
Me
and
with the giant
Israel
package of toilet paper. Exactly, exactly. Me with the giant packages of toilet paper towels in my storage unit that's actively costing me money. See, I buy in bulk because it's cheaper. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be. That's what I like want to not be. Because if you have like a massive house, it makes sense. But like, there are certain situations where it's like, oh my fucking god, like I know I'm never gonna fucking like. In a weird way, the store is your storage unit if you think about it, right? Like, they're the ones who are responsible for keeping it in stock, so you're kind of like, I'm not, it doesn't count if it's stuff like that you, like, really need or you know you're gonna use or whatever. Right? Pack it with chocolate? Can't you just use your hands to adjust your teeth every day? Oh, that's right! I should hit up Clav and be like, Clav, if I, like, pull my molar, will that do it? No, I can tell it's, like, the tiniest little, like, movement or gap or something. Dental, yeah, this is probably not the correct kind of wax, but you know, it's all good. Yeah, I'll never need this much dental wax ever. But you know what? I'll give it out as Christmas presents. No, I won't. I'll do something with it. That's for sure. That's for sure. Alright. Does anyone have a better news stream than what we're watching?
All right, so we did just want to share some of the ambient noise from this feed that we do have coming in here. Once again, this is the first look we are getting here this morning out of Iran. To continue sharing what we do know right now, Iran's foreign ministry issued a statement saying the country, quote, will not hesitate in its response. In a statement posted on X, the ministry said the time has come to defend the homeland and confront the enemy's military assault. Trump, in justifying that military action, claimed that Iran has continued to develop its nuclear program and plans to develop missiles to reach the United States. He also acknowledged that there could be American casualties, saying that often happens in war. And that was that quote there from the video from President Trump that we were sharing here with you. Trump's statement is indicating that the U.S. was striking for reasons far beyond the nuclear program, listing grievances stretching back to the beginning of the Islamic Republic following a revolution in 1979. The president also saying he was aiming to annihilate the Iranian Navy and destroy regional proxies supported by Tehran. He also called on the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to lay down its arms, pledging that members would be given immunity while warning they could face certain death if they did not.
Oh.
So I just wanted to share some of that information with you here, leaving you with this live.
Yeah, let's find a better news stream. What shall we look at instead?
I do want to turn up the sound here to see if we can hear anything.
This is apparently live, guys. I keep clicking live, but it's not playing, so I'm a little confused.
right, so we do hear the sirens.
Jesus Christ, 1,000? Oh wait, that's in total. I mean, that's how many gifted this person gifted today. They gifted that many subs today. I lost my mind. I just stared at the fucking screen.
Are going off there once again. These live looks coming out of
Wow, thanks,
Jerusalem
clown.
and Tel Aviv. So we do want to step away for a commercial break on Live Now from Fox. Continuing our coverage next.
Yo, thank you, Medicare, for the 145 bits. Thank you.
Medi_Crates cheered. X145.
Oh, and for the dino, let's go. So this is not live. Okay, can I get some opinions? Yeah, Fox News is right, bro. These say live, but are they? So this whole speech thing Trump gave, is this as it happened? I'm so confused.
Rolling strikes against Iranian missiles in that campaign. I don't know that we'll do it.
Have we seen this guy talk yet?
I do know that we have enormous capabilities in that domain.
We fucking love oil. I thought you wrote, I fucking love olive oil, and I was like, oh, why?
To work against
what do you like about oil?
As this conflict continues, and I believe it is going to go for several more days at least, and that calculus will become
Oh,
clear
what the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think the distinction that you draw between what happened over the summer and what is happening right now, it also gives context to the distinction that we're seeing in response from Iran. I do want to ask you, though, about what's motivating this, because we have seen the president and the White House talk about that they do not want Iran to have a nuclear program. You cannot have Iran with a nuclear weapon. But now we are hearing the president talk about regime change. Is that a practical goal here?
So I actually, my own opinion, and I'm only informed by what I read, is that this strike was largely, among other things, born the fact that Iran's not negotiating in good faith. The Iranians, there's a famous saying about Iran, they never met a war they could win or a negotiation they could lose. And I believe they've been in bad faith negotiations with us since June in order to drag it out, in order to prevent strikes from occurring. They have no desire, actually, to meet us on any of the things that are important to us, which is complete elimination or dramatic reduction of the nuclear program. But I think very important also.
I agree, Raichu. That would fix it.
A change with their ballistic missiles. Today, the great threat to the region from Iran is not nuclear weapon, because they don't have one. They could choose to have one in the future, and we'll see how that develops. But what they do have is a vast, lethal ballistic missile force. We have tried through several presidents to try to get them to reduce or modify that ballistic missile force. They have been more intransigent on that subject than on the subject of nuclear negotiations. So I think that's a powerful thing that we have an opportunity here to affect. Look, I believe the government of Iran will respond when direct, ambiguous, lethal pressure is applied to it. And frankly, this is the only president who's been willing to do that. I've served successive presidents before him. They were all, to a greater or lesser degree, in thrall of Iran and were thoroughly deterred by Iran. President Trump is not, and he's willing to act. And that's a profound wild card in the equation right now that the Iranians are trying to calculate around. I go back to the point, they're brilliant negotiators. They would like to get back to the table. I think we'd like to get back to the table too. But when we go back to the table, it needs to be on our terms. And I think right now we're in the process of establishing what those terms are. Now, you asked me about regime change. Difficult goal, certainly not impossible, but a difficult goal to get to. If the Supreme Leader dies tonight, if he's picked internally, his successor is picked internally, he'll probably be picked by the IRGC, the Republican Guard. So I think that will produce a candidate at least as extreme as the current Supreme Leader. We should hope that people in Iran will rise up. Look, I have observed over the last 60 days and over the past few years the genocidal measures that Iran is willing to go to suppress its population. But, you know, regime changes in nations like this are a little bit like the old saying, well, how'd you go broke? well, gradually and then suddenly. And so I think we need to keep the
What
pressure
old
up.
site is that?
There is a possibility of regime change. I think it's remote. I think we also should work the track of modifying the behavior of this regime.
I feel I'm gonna be really honest. I think maybe I'm just not awake enough or something. Or maybe the subs really threw me off. I don't really understand what's going on.
And they're under enormous pressure right now. And frankly, given the way this attack began, our attack is only unfolding now, and we will see added ferocity from our forces over the next 2 or 3 days. We began this attack in daylight for a reason, and it'll be interesting to see how it continues.
General, can they withstand?
What worries me is if he claims we are at war, he could change and arrest political opponents for treason. My question was going to be why. What do you mean by that? But I think maybe I'm the one not processing it, if I'm being real.
This pressure and how stable is the Iranian regime right now? We saw when there were protests months ago, they were clamped down pretty swiftly by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. But we do have this breaking news that the Iranian defense minister has been killed, that the head of the Revolutionary Guard has been killed. How fragile do you think their regime and military is?
So I think it might be surprisingly brutal. It might be surprisingly brutal. I think the only way to find out, to test the hypothesis, is to continue to put pressure on it. And again, until this president, no one has been willing to do that. I think it's a hypothesis worth testing. I think it's worth advancing. And let's see what happens.
All right, General McKenzie, thank you so much for your expertise.
Hi, Jim Balaji. Thank you for the 61 months.
Leaving many Americans feeling uneasy about their safety this morning. Anna Schechter oversees CBS News' Crime and Public Safety Unit. She's joining us now on the phone. Anna, a lot of people, are wondering what this means for us here at home. What are you hearing from law enforcement today?
Well, law enforcement around the country, local, state, and federal, are on heightened alert given what is going on.
Who are you? Why did I get yourself? I don't know. I'm sorry.
These events.
I'm just me.
Terrorism Bureau.
Someone gifted 1,000. Thank you for the 6 months, Jabalaji. Someone gifted
around the world in more
1,000 subs. I guess you're one of them.
Liaison. That communication is already underway. And
I see a cute Cinderella in the background. Wait, where do you see it? Oh, yeah, the little printout paper. Yeah.
Are looking for potential plots to develop. They're already.
I guess I have to become a viewer. Oh, so reluctant, so reluctant. Yeah, I'm trying to process what's going on in Iran. I did not. I was very under the weather the past several days, so I'm very out of the loop. And then someone came in and gifted 1,000 fucking subs, and I got so thrown off, and I'm still not processing it. And so I'm just trying. I'm just trying to not sit and stare at my screen. I'm really trying.
They want to show.
I'm struggling a little. So I'm listening. I'm listening.
Sources tell me that is already underway here in New York.
Thank you, Lolman, for the video request.
Lolman has requested a video. I got a haul again today and probably not be there, but here is. Lol Time. I'm the same creator of the infamous Epstein Island song.
Wait.
Iran. Iran so far away. USA, yeah, baby. Ha 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 ha.
So Lolman likes to request really weird music videos. Let's see, what is Lolman saying? Probably not gonna be here a little time. Same creator. Okay, so the last video we watched from Lolman, where it was like the AI Epstein Island video, where it's like a bunch of like, billionaires like, look. Oh. Oh.
Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. I like to look through those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. bomb Iran, I'll bomb them night and day, but destroy USA.
Oh. How do I request videos? Type !donate, and if it's under 5 minutes, $3. $3.
Destroy USA.
Why does he look like a bird? Who's that? Not the hands! Not the hands!
Tiny hand hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III 'cause Israel told me to. All for Netanyahu. And I read so far away. Oh, bomb Iran. Oh, bomb them night and day. Oh, and I ran so far away. Oh, bomb Iran. Oh, bomb them night and day. But destroy USA.
Well. Thank you, little man. Thanks. That was interesting. That was very interesting. I ordered the tooth wax. God, that's so much tooth wax.
So there's a lot of communication
that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers.
Trump should have stayed in the 80s. What the fuck is like dental wax?
Evening News.
Doomsday wax prepper? Nah. Trust me, I don't even want that much.
Good morning. This is a CBS News special report. I'm Adriana Diaz.
And I'm Kelly O'Grady. We're following breaking news out of Iran that continues to send shockwaves around the world. Overnight, the United States and Israel began striking targets inside Iran.
And there are reports that Iran is
retaliating
by striking some of America's allies. Reuters reports that they have been attacked in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Multiple countries are calling for de-escalation, including China, India, and Turkey.
Sure hope
And the
not,
attacks
so
began
birds.
in daylight just
That
after
would be
10 a.m.
kinda weird.
local time. Explosions rocked Iran's capital, Tehran, and large plumes of smoke were seen near the offices of Iran's supreme leader.
In an address posted to Truth Social, President Trump confirmed U.S. involvement, saying major combat operations are underway, and the objective is to defend Americans by eliminating, quote, imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The United States has built up a massive military presence in the Middle East over the past few weeks, as the president has pressured Iran to abandon its nuclear program.
This morning, Iran state television says it has launched a counterattack on U.S. bases across the Middle East. Now, Israel is on heightened alert with municipalities canceling school and closing workplaces this morning. I want to begin with our coverage with CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. He's in Tel Aviv. Charlie, good morning.
Yes, good morning to you. So it started today here in Tel Aviv in Israel. We heard the air raid sirens going off at around 8:20. And that wasn't to signify that there was incoming missiles, but to tell the people of Israel and the people in this region that an attack was underway. We later learned from Israeli Defense Forces that this is a joint attack between the United States and Israeli forces, what they called a preemptive strike. The Israeli forces, again, telling us that they were targeting not just regime targets, places like government buildings and offices, etc., including parts of the regime, but also Iran's ballistic missiles arsenals, and trying to get them before they launch. Now, after that, about 30 minutes later, we started hearing the sirens. That meant that a launch was on the way, a counterattack was on the way. Then much closer, sirens telling people in the region to get into a shelter. Now, since then, we've had maybe 15, 20 of those air raid sirens, and we've heard a number of explosions, particularly in the last 45 minutes or so. And we've actually seen, Israel's much vaunted Iron Dome system intercepting those incoming missiles from Iran. But this isn't just about Israel. This is about Iran's capability to reach Israeli targets and U.S. targets.
Workday into
What?
CBS 24/7. As I'm sure many of you
What?
watched and read in the news overnight, a joint U.S.-Israeli airstrike pounded military installations across Iran. There's speculation now in Israeli media over whether Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has been killed or if he's still alive.
What?
President Donald Trump.
Bro, I feel like my brain is rotting. I don't process what's going on like at all.
The hour of your freedom is at your hands, basically incentivizing people to take to the streets and overthrow the current regime. Of course, Iran has started to retaliate with a barrage of strikes targeting Israel as well as other sites across the Middle East, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Dubai. Israeli authorities have instructed residents to remain in bomb shelters for the foreseeable future. Trump also said, when we are finished, this is addressing the Iranians, take over your government. It'll be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. The experience of America in the Middle East for the past 20 years have been sobering, to say the least. Iran and the regime has sponsored terrorist proxies across the region. And now there's, of course, a massive shakeup. And so we're looking to a lot of people to see how this plays out and wondering, if we're heading into a longer and wider war. No matter what happens, this will reshape the Middle East and the world. Today, we're joined by a slate of experts to discuss and to help us understand what this all means and how this will play out in the coming days and weeks. We have Masih Alinejad, Douglas Murray, former Ambassador Michael Oren, Haviv Ratik-Gur, and so many more. And up first, we have a Free Press contributor, Neil Ferguson. He's a scholar of international economics and imperial history and the author of 16 books. So Neil, thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure, Rafaela.
Well, let's start with just the basics. We're just hours into the U.S.-Israeli joint military operation called Operation Epic Fury. What do we know so far? What happened overnight?
Well, we know that the diplomatic maneuvers of the last couple of weeks were maskirovka, not likely to produce a real diplomatic compromise. I've been clear about this for some time because it was obvious that the Iranians were not prepared to yield on the key demands that were being made by President Trump's negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
Why did I get a subject channel? Because someone gifted.
Marco Rubio, who's also been involved. And what they had said was, you need to give up enriching uranium and hand over your weapons grade uranium. You need to end your ballistic missiles program. And thirdly, and least importantly, stop financing the terrorist proxies. That's less important because those proxies are so much weaker than they were at the time of October 7th, 2023. And the Iranians essentially said, no, And although we were told by the Omani foreign minister and others that these negotiations were going somewhere, they weren't. And when they ended in Geneva on Thursday and the Americans left, they were not intending to return. What's happened, and of course we're now in the fog of war, so I have to speak with the caution
China
of
number
someone
one.
who's observing this from outside the government. But what we know is that the United States and Israel have struck multiple targets in Iran, aiming at regime personnel as well as regime infrastructure. And the early reports, including from Israeli sources, suggest that at least some influential figures in the Islamic Republic have been hit. Of course, a rumor is going around. They've got the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. That is not confirmed. But that tells us what the goal of Operation Epic.
I'm reading it right now. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm just lost.
Is to decapitate the Islamic Republic.
Boxer number one. I wish that'd be cool.
To hope
maybe one day.
That decapitation
maybe one day, chatters.
In Iran, a new regime, but not a regime imposed by the United States and Israel. A regime that the U.S. and Israel hope that Iranians will create for themselves in the conditions that have been created or are being created by these strikes.
And just to make sure the listener is following along, you're saying that they've targeted both private residences of high-ranking regime officials and political leaders, as well as military assets. Is that right?
That is my understanding, but I emphasize it's an ongoing operation at a relatively early stage, and all kinds of rumors are flying around. I actually think more important than that is the way the Iranian regime has responded, because it's responded by retaliating against US targets in multiple Gulf states. I think 6 different Gulf states have been on the receiving end of Iranian missiles, or perhaps in some cases drones. It's again not entirely clear. That's remarkable in 2 respects. First of all, not much damage seems to have been done. Again, fog of war, but that's my understanding, because most of these missiles have in fact been intercepted and destroyed, did not hit their targets. Secondly, the Iranians are doing their level best to lose friends and alienate people by carrying out these attacks. Most of the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, for example, certainly Kuwait, Qatar, do not want to be combatants, don't want to be involved in this conflict, and have done their best to emphasize their neutrality. Well, that's out the window. And it's pretty clear, for example, from the statement from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that the Gulf Arabs are pretty disgusted to find themselves under attack from Tehran. So
I'm sure someone will say it would be welcomed as liberators, just like they said. But yep, I mean, that's the impression I'm getting, the interpretation I'm seeing some people have.
Regional countries, U.S. military bases. I know there's fear that oil fields will be struck. What right now do we know are they targeting?
Well, we certainly know that they were trying to get the US naval base in Bahrain. That must have been something that the US anticipated, and I'd be surprised if significant damage was inflicted there. I haven't yet heard any reports of attacks on oil infrastructure, but it would be surprising if the Iranians didn't try to do that. Their kind of most impactful response, the thing that would cause the most damage to the United States, would be if they could somehow block the Strait of Hormuz and entirely disrupt the huge flow of oil that goes through that strait. That would cause a big price spike in the oil market when trading gets going tomorrow. But we don't yet have any reports to suggest that that's been attempted, much less succeeded.
I want to link this to a question that's coming from the audience right now, which is people look at this conflict, they see it as hundreds of miles away, they worry about increase in oil prices as a result, and someone asks, please help me explain to my 30-year-old son who works hard but cannot afford to buy
Ask them to order a statue of Fox there.
why
Oh my
the
god.
US's leadership in overthrowing the Iranian government is putting America first. Why is this in America's interest?
Bro, I feel like
President Trump,
my brain just isn't
spelled
processing
out in,
anything today.
His address last night that this is in some measure
Smile, you're on camera. Can't smile too hard. I need dental wax.
acquiring.
Well, really, I need an orthodontist, but
as well as
my god,
a
dude.
battery of missiles that can deliver them, not only deliver them locally in the Middle East, but potentially further afield, potentially against European targets, as former Israeli
Thank
Prime
you,
Minister
Florida
Naftali
Sunboy.
Bennett pointed out in an interview earlier today.
You're hungry, what you eat? That's
I
a good
don't think
question.
anybody
I don't
could
know.
claim the Iranians were about to strike heartland America, but President Trump and others have pointed out that Iran has
What are your
been
options?
waging war against Americans. This regime has been waging war against Americans well since 1979. And after half a century of being one of the worst
You have
actors in
any
the world,
option? Okay, chat.
Trump is cold.
Tell Clown what to eat then.
I
You
think
Clown
it's worth
probably will
fitting
get
to
better
any
suggestions from chat than
30-year-old
from
son,
me.
or indeed to teenage sons and daughters, if you have them, that Iran
Pancakes, that's pretty good.
the world's principal sponsors.
Mental wax? Imagine. Guys, I was trying to think if there are other things I could add onto the order so it could come earlier.
Decade since then,
But I was like, no.
American
So it's coming tomorrow.
lives, the Iranians were
Whatever.
responsible for many of the deaths.
Whatever, I could have had it today.
In Iraq, and certainly Iran was the principal sponsor of Hamas and Palestinians.
Era Monte
jihad when
Cristo?
they
What is
carried out
that?
The October 7th, 2023 attacks.
12 beers?
So the answer to
No.
the question is that this
What is that
regime,
occasion?
was
Caesar
in the
salad?
Last Chance Saloon, and when they slaughtered nearly 40,000 of their own people in early
Could have had a
January,
V8.
crushing popular protests, I think the Iranian leadership
Shout out to
lost what
Grumpy.
little shreds of legitimacy
12
they
years
had
is
left.
insane.
You know, there's another point which I think is not so explicitly emphasized by the president. That is that the United States is sending a global signal. It sent it to the Venezuelans. It's sending it to the Iranians. But I think the real recipients
A whole
are
fish
in
deep
Moscow,
fried. Is that a thing?
and the message
What's that
is,
called?
do
I
not
mean, I
mess
guess you just
with
said
the
what it's
United
called, right?
States. The United States has overwhelming military superiority.
Guys, I'm at 1,199 subscribers right now. Can we make it to 1,200?
And I think Americans need to recognize the extent to which the United States
Bought 12
lost
beers
that
yesterday, drank 4,
particularly
and fell asleep. Oh
Presidents
no.
Obama and Biden.
Oh no, I need
And
primers in the
getting it
chat.
back, getting America's reputation back for being a super.
You can subscribe for free with Twitch Prime.
That can save many American lives.
Really? I don't think I've ever seen a picture of that electric.
People wonder how an air campaign
I'm
without
surprised.
American boots on the ground practically leads to regime change. And I want to put that question to you. Is the idea that these strikes destabilize the government and empower the people to overthrow? How do you see it playing out?
That is certainly the theory. The president drew a very clear distinction, although it was implicit.
Oh my god, thank you so much, Slender, for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted too. Evo, Mike, Eclipse, Hellsuck, Matt, Black 128, and Valeranio. Thank you.
Amon
Thank you.
has subscribed for 10 months. Iraq.
Thank you.
And trying directly to institute.
Now I'm going to call my Palm American. That's
We
crazy.
all agree that the outcome was not ideal. And although I think Iraq today is much less of a threat than the Iraq of Saddam Hussein, it still was a very
Guys,
expensive.
why hasn't Clav just gotten braces? I just had that thought. I think my brain's just in dumb mode, and I can't think about anything important for some reason. Maybe as the day goes on, I'll be able to like process things. I don't know why I'm not. Why hasn't Clav gotten braces? Why is he just ripping his mouth apart?
Air power in particular to give.
Oh, thank you, Eamon307 for the 10 months. Thank you. Thank you. I don't. Did that not pop up? Did I just not see it?
Regime,
And there's a croque monsieur.
since 1979.
Let me
Is
see.
it certain to work? No, nobody can say with certainty.
I pressed replay. Did it replay?
Just saw tens of thousands of presumably their bravest young people mown down in the streets of Tehran and other cities are going to try it again. It's possible you could get civil war. It's possible you could get complete chaos. There is clearly that risk. But I will say something that I don't think is said often enough. People
You saw
say
it? Okay,
this has
good.
never succeeded. It's never been attempted.
Oh, only
to
one
try
showed
to
up for
change a regime with air power.
for Slender.
Well,
That's why I got
certainly true,
confused.
because we've never had
Who's
the kind
Scott
of
Manley?
precision in air power that
A
we now
croque
have.
monsieur?
The most impressive
Pomeranians are
thing
pretty cute, yeah.
about not only what we're seeing today, but what we saw last year.
Yeah, I've heard of people eating fish head. I just didn't know people like deep fried the fish like completely as is.
With which Israel and the United States can use air power to take out
That's such a cute emote at Aemon307.
this evil, murderous
Oh, that's
regime.
cool, Grumpy.
So it was never possible to do that. You couldn't do that to, say, Berlin in 1944. And I think this is something that needs to be emphasized. There are technological possibilities for exercising American power today that didn't previously exist because of huge advances in the targeting of missiles as well as drones. And that's why this has a better chance of working than many people realize. At some point, this regime just runs out of capacity to continue its repressive system. And President Trump is taking a gamble, no question, taking a gamble that he can tip over the Islamic Republic and have it changed to something else. In this case, we're not specifying what that something else is, whereas we tried to do that in Iraq after 2003 and didn't really succeed.
You've written about how great power conflicts have the power to escalate beyond the original plan. We're talking about this a little bit in the context of a potential power vacuum, balkanization amongst the ethnic groups within Iran, total chaos, and what comes next. What do you think is the biggest risk right now in the next coming days and weeks?
Well, a lot of people who are commenting on this, as I am, in the fog of war, are worrying about regional complications. I'll give you an example. Yoav Gallant, the former Israeli defense minister, has written an excellent essay arguing that Turkey is going to take advantage of the vacuum of power created by Iran's collapse. And Turkey, he argues, is no longer a reliable ally of the West or friend of Israel. So that's the kind
Boxer
of
have vaccines as long as they're kicking people inhabit the beach. What do you mean?
My own
I wouldn't kick anyone. And why would I kick anyone enjoying their time on the beach? That sounds messed up.
The United States, though it is the dominant military power in the world, can only do so many things at one time. And it has three major claims on its attention.
Hype train incoming? No fucking way. 30 seconds left. Oh.
Some elements in President Trump's administration want to focus.
We don't gotta do it now. It's okay.
The Western Hemisphere, beyond the Americas, there is Europe.
You don't kick anyone? Why did I just kick people on the beach? I always suspected Voxer as a covert kickboxer. Why? Do I look like I can kick?
But there's also the Far East.
Hi, big man maniac. What's up?
As the United States
Had to wear a charcoal suit in basic training because Iraq had mustard gas? What?
China, Russia.
That's not what I thought charcoal suit was. Would you kick Clap?
Is China.
No, I wouldn't kick him if you were on the beach. No. Thank you, Medicare, for the 222 bits. Let's go! Hype train? Oh, limited edition emotes? Let's see.
Peace in Ukraine. China is preparing to make some kind of move against Taiwan. And that is the biggest
I would not
danger
kick
that I see.
sand.
Our attention once
Mustard
again
gas? When you said charcoal suit, I thought you meant like a charcoal colored like dress suit.
in our lifetimes. And
Oh my
that
god,
is
stop.
an opportunity for
Boxer goes to the beach for kicks. Oh my god.
for Xi Jinping
But yeah,
to make
why
a
hasn't
move
Clap just gotten braces? I'm serious.
enormously consequential for the global
Like, I don't get it.
Do you see us looped into a conflict that far into the distance that it would impact Xi's thinking in terms
Would that
of
like ruin his
Taiwan?
looks maxing thing? Is that his fear?
Question that this is the risk that weighs on the mind of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Indeed, we know that one of his complaints about the administration's recent strategic focus on the Western Hemisphere was that it was understating the threat posed.
You don't need a lot of people to like Invisalign. Remember Jazzy? Guys, Jazzy! No, oh my god, I wonder what happened to Jazzy.
A navy that, at least in
I wonder what happened to Jazzy.
vessels, is as big as the US Navy, arguably bigger. China has the capabilities in its vast array of missiles to sink our aircraft carriers, to take out satellite communications.
I'm sure she got her Invisalign, maybe.
Say bases in Guam, for example, with hypersonic missiles.
Is this a political
China
channel?
Is a far bigger
I wouldn't call this a political channel,
Iran or Russia,
but we definitely don't avoid
Venezuela. And so I think we've got
political
to keep in
topics or
mind
just
that
like
the United States is playing
real-time events.
geopolitical game. I call it the three-body problem.
I'm not
where
like
there are sort of three parts of the world that draw the United States in.
centered on
There's,
politics, though, if that's what you're
Europe, there's
asking.
the Middle East, and then there's the Far East, East Asia, and this has been true now for more than a century.
2032.
And it's very, very hard to play successfully in all three.
Yeah, Marbles gets a little political, actually.
It would be impossible.
Sadly, Jazzy died from complications of Invisalign. Fuck.
Simultaneously with crises,
No.
In Europe, the Middle East, and the Far East. And remember,
Hello,
it's
everyone.
only a
This
few
is
years
Jazzy's
ago
family
when he
member.
was running the
We know
Central
that she
Government
successfully raised $10,000 for Invisalign, but unfortunately there were complications. Now we are asking for funds to sue the orthodontist who created the Invisalign mold for her, as it led to health complications that have led to her passing. So,
on a unfolding situation and
Please
potential
help.
budding war. You can read his analysis in the
Hashtag
Free
for
Press
Jazzy.
Leader today. Thank you for being here.
Be my pleasure.
Next, we're going to bring on Jay Solomon and Aaron McLean. Jay Solomon is a Free Press contributor and former chief foreign affairs correspondent at the Wall Street Journal and author of The Iran Wars. Aaron McLean
I
is
would
a National
not
Security and
whack
Defense
people's
Fellow
teeth.
at the
That's so
Hudson
messed up.
Institute and
I
the
vote
host
for
of
you.
the
Yes, let's
podcast
go.
School of War. Thank you so much both for being here.
Hi, Rafaela. Thanks.
Jay, let's start with you. You've covered diplomacy with Iran for years. Obviously, we know over the past few weeks there have been major attempts to strike a deal. Some critics say that the asks were too extreme and therefore a deal was never going to be accomplished. I'm curious what you know through your reporting about where the deal had stood right before the strikes this morning.
I mean, it was basically stuck. I mean, I've covered this for literally more than a decade. The Iranian positions never really change. It's kind of, we have the right to enrich uranium. We have the right to have a nuclear capability. We're willing to limit kind of how much we're going to produce as far as enriched uranium. We have a fatwa against producing nuclear weapons, which you can believe or not. So basically, Trump was looking at diplomacy that was not going to shift the line on the nuclear program. At least, you know, he was looking at essentially a deal that Obama struck in 2015 or no deal at all. So I think the Iranians were hoping to game it out, extend the process, get its allies, whether it's the Qataris or other countries in the Middle East, to pressure the administration not to engage in war and kind of string this thing out. Meanwhile, continue to consolidate power internally after this uprising in January, which, you know, we still don't know how many people were killed. So I don't think the diplomacy was really going to go anywhere. I think it was going to be the Iranians were testing if they could drag this thing out, consolidate power internally, hope to stabilize their economy somewhat, and kind of keep going. But I don't think anyone serious really thought there was going to be some huge diplomatic breakthrough that was going to change the calculation much, particularly on the nuclear program or the missile program.
Critics of the administration in the past few weeks would have said that the asks within the framework of, you know, the diplomatic papers that they were putting forward were too extreme, that Iran was never going to agree to it, and therefore they were setting themselves up for a military situation that we're in right now. Aaron, do you think, what do you make of that critique, that the asks were too extreme and that this was going to happen?
Hi, Rafaela. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it comes down to whether or not you consider the demand essentially for zero enrichment and the meaningful closure of any path to nuclear weapons for Iran as extreme. I mean, there's certainly demands that the Iranians were unlikely to accept. That's not exactly the same sort of thing as extreme. You know, this administration clearly decided that it was in the national interest of the United States
that the Iranian nuclear program effectively cease. That's very different from the position taken years ago, for example, by the Obama administration. But President Trump was consistent about that beginning around spring of last year. There was sort of some movement in the lead up to it, but that was the premise on which Operation Midnight Hammer was launched last June. And it seems to be one of the fundamental premises of this war. So look, I mean, if your goal is to get a diplomatic outcome at any cost, and if that cost is going to include you haven't really ended the Iranian nuclear program, then sure, I suppose you can consider that extreme, but that's clearly not the perspective of this administration.
For people that have been, having sort of one ear to the news, but are sort of 1 foot in, 1 foot out, Trump has been threatening to strike since January, since the mass protests across the country. Why at this very particular moment, late last night, early this morning?
Well, we can certainly speculate, and more information will come out in the days to come. Here's some speculation for you. Obviously, it took some time to mass our forces in the region, but you notice that this round of strikes began with some decapitation efforts. The information I have is that the Israelis spearheaded those in Tehran, perhaps in other places as well. If I were a military planner working on this problem, I might have as the condition I wanted set before pulling the trigger, knowledge that key personnel who I wanted to take out were actually targetable, were actually in a place where I could get them. I've seen reports that there were meetings of Iranian officials gathering this morning in Tehran. Another extraordinary thing, Raphael, I tell you, is despite the weeks of rising tensions and kind of a general expectation amongst many parties that something like this was going to occur, it appears that the Israelis and the Americans achieved surprise this morning, which is quite striking. Through, by the way, what appears to be the very simple trick of not launching the attack at night. They launched the attack in daylight, which was enough to sort of throw the Iranians off, it seems, given the past precedent of strikes at night. So that's one possibility. We'll know more in the days to come.
I want to talk about Iran's retaliation and what we know so far. In the intro that I sort of teed up, it seems like they've targeted sites in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE. Many of these countries have intercepted these missiles. What do you make of the retaliation?
Well, I think it shows that the Iranians believe they're playing for all the marbles this time. Past rounds of violence between the United States and Iran directly have tended to end in Iranian strikes that, look, I don't want to diminish it. Every time ballistic missiles are shot at a base where, American troops are present, it's dangerous. But strikes that really were on some level symbolic. The strikes against al-Assad after the killing of Soleimani in 2020, the strikes against El Udeid in Qatar after the Operation Midnight Hammer last June. I mean, to some extent, these were telegraphed. The El Udeid one certainly was telegraphed. The Americans were prepared. Everything was gone, and we decided not to retaliate. And it was kind of a punctuation mark that allowed the Iranians to save some face without really, without killing Americans in either case. Now, this time you saw them basically pull the trigger with their ballistic missile capacity and their drones. A very dramatic video of a drone hitting a target at the U.S. naval station in Bahrain right away. And they are hitting to cause damage, and they are hitting to cause harm. They are certainly looking to cause casualties here. They're probably not at the most intense they could get yet. There are other tools in their toolbox to include acts of terror, which may take a few days to get up and running if they really want to take it up to the max and really want to harm Americans. I also saw a report, Rafaela, that they've proclaimed that the Strait of Hormuz is closed.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck to them on that. I think our Navy and military have probably anticipated this, so I wouldn't want to be the guy in the Iranian Navy or Rocket Force trying to enforce that. But they're swinging, and they're swinging hard.
Jay, what is the most intense scenario you can imagine in terms of retaliation? They obviously have still a very sturdy ballistic missile program. What's the worst case scenario here?
I mean, their air defenses have been gone essentially since June. So they're playing against time because U.S. airstrikes are going to be targeting any missile launchers that the Iranians have. So I think what we're seeing now is, they don't have that big a window, I don't think, to retaliate because the U.S. and Israelis are going to be targeting, all these air defenses, all these operational offensive air operations. And I also would say one of the interesting things is we've seen the Saudis come out pretty aggressively against the Iranians. The Saudis had essentially been trying to sit this out from as far as we could tell. From years past, they were very aggressive at pushing the U.S. to take the head of the snake, which is in Tehran, they had been sitting out and they got hit. So they've already sort of put out pretty bellicose statements to the Iranians. So I think could be a strategic error from the Iranians if they're just going to indiscriminately hit these Arab partners. But I think the worst case scenario probably is they do succeed in somehow really shutting down those strategic waterways, whether it's the Strait of Hormuz or the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, where the Houthis kind of sit and could really launch attacks. That is the major oil choke point in the world. And I think that is probably, besides hitting Israel really hard, globally, shutting down those strategic waterways are the biggest impact. But as Aaron was saying, good luck to you, because we have a lot of air power and a lot of military power in that Gulf, particularly focused on keeping those waterways open.
Jay, this is what Axios is reporting from an Israeli Defense Force official. I'm going to read the quote from the reporting. 3 sites where gathering of the Iranian regime were taking place were struck simultaneously, and several senior figures essential to the management of the campaign and the regime's governance were eliminated. Do we know who those officials are? And what do you make about the speculation of Supreme Leader Khamenei being killed?
I mean, I think what Aaron was saying is correct. Is why was the timing? The timing does seem to be tied to the fact that they saw an opening to hit senior officials. I've heard that Ali Shamkhani's been hit. He's sort of the he's the head of the Strategic National Security Council. He's like essentially Khomeini's top advisor. If you took him out, there's reports that another IRGC leader was taken out, and then Khomeini himself. We haven't had any confirmations of that, but yeah, from what I've heard from U.S. officials, there's very much like a 4-pronged attack to what they're doing: decapitate the leadership, degrade the
So low in his
military
chair. I don't think that's his chair being low. I
further
think that's just the
collapse
camera
economy,
angle.
which was why this whole latest thing happened in January with the collapse
Yeah,
of
I
the
think it's
currency,
cameras.
and essentially
'Cause you can't really
give
sit
the
on there,
opposition the space, the room to start mobilizing again against the regime. I thought it was
Yeah, but
interesting
why
that,
would he be the no?
Crown Prince Pahlavi
These are all
put out a statement in
invalid.
7 hours ago, basically saying, it's almost time to start going back to
Those two look like
the
they're
streets. So
talking from laptops.
the reports we're hearing is what you'd
Because they're
expect.
looking down. He's looking up.
Leadership, obviously the
I don't
Supreme
know.
Leader, Shamkhani, IRGC commanders are the
Remote
primary
journalism,
targets.
real.
We'll see which ones actually were decapitated or not, but those would be the targets I'd expect.
Aaron, you're a Marine combat veteran. You served in Afghanistan. You've spent years studying the Iranian military. And you frame
So have we learned anything in the past several minutes or no?
as the last
really.
phase of the post-October 7 wars. Explain that to us.
Well, look, I mean, this story on some level begins in 1979. It was striking that the president kind of took us on a walk through history on his remarks this morning, giving his rationale for the war. He talked about the taking of hostages from the U.S. Embassy during the revolution. He talked about the killing of Marines in Beirut in 1983. But there's another way in which this story obviously begins on 10/7, when Iran's proxy Hamas launched the most recent round of violence. Clearly, in the hearts of the leadership of Hamas, people like Yahya Sinwar, this was going to be hopefully some kind of final struggle to, if not wipe Zionism from the face of the earth, certainly diminish Israel in its relative power.
What are you guys talking about with people kicking people on the beach? What are you on about?
The result has been something like the opposite. It's not to say that Israel doesn't have its struggles in the last couple of years of war, but the overall military story, the story of the hard balance of power in the region, is one of waxing Israeli power and waning Iranian power. That is 100% the net result of all this. It can't be what any of the leaders of Hamas, let alone Hezbollah,
What did I just
or Iran
drop?
itself, had hoped for at the start of all of this. I suspect there's
Oh, it
probably
was
a
a
lot
bottle
of grating
cap?
of teeth about the thought of Sinwar starting this back when he did. But this is what's so striking about this phase we've just entered is the maximalist quality of it. I mean, during the 12-day war, you saw the Trump administration playing the role of a brake on Israeli action. Sure, we participated, we took out the Iranian nuclear facilities. That strike was limited, definitionally limited, and we held the Israelis back when they were looking to go after Khamenei last June. Today, the United States, President Trump is on the opposite side of all of those questions. We are going for the jugular with the Iranians. We are encouraging the Iranian people to go out into the streets. if this is successful, even if it's just 3/4 successful, you could argue that this will be the end of the round of violence that began on 10/7. This, of course, is the Middle East, which means there will be new rounds of violence. And with a waning Iran, we have to look at a waxing Turkey as the next issue on the horizon. But there's a case to be made that we're seeing the end of a phase approaching.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here. Aaron McLean, Jay Solomon, thank you for your time. It's really clarifying and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to bring on Haviv Rotchiker. Haviv is the Middle East analyst for the Free Press. Haviv, thank you so much for being here.
Hi, we're finally good to be here.
You are obviously in Israel. Tell us, what is the mood on the ground?
It's a little exhausting. People are remembering the June war. There's a lot of fear, especially in the big cities that are targeted by the ballistic missiles, the missiles that take 10 minutes to cross from Iran to Israel and are pretty much impossible to stop. There's been some limited successes and the technology is always improving, but at the moment, Israel can shoot down drones, Israel can shoot down cruise missiles. It's a much more difficult story with the ballistic missiles. And they brought down a couple apartment buildings last time with people in them. And so there's this very real fear. The local governments and the Army's Home Front Command have mobilized medics and, the emergency crews and things like that in preparation for any eventuality. But I think that mostly Israelis are in that state of grim determination. This is a regime that has told us for 47 years that we are a cancerous tumor and a little Satan. Excuse me. You get to be the great Satan. It's a point of pride to be anywhere in the club that you're invited to, so that's okay. I'll take the little Satan. And they have laid the groundwork in various proxies around us, proxies that have done more damage to their own home countries than to us, Hezbollah and the Iraqi militias and the Houthis of Yemen, for our destruction, for our literal extermination, which they talk about endlessly. And so this has to happen. And I think one view that my neighbors share, because there's a lot of political disagreements on just about every issue, but one thing that I think Israelis all agree on is that they pulled it off again. This was an astonishing opening to this campaign, and it's quite likely, we still don't know, that Khamenei was taken out. And that's, forgive me for talking too long, but that's really, really important to point this out. And I think Neil was mentioning this at one point, but the very fact that a meeting of Khamenei, the supreme leader, the dictator of
Why
Iran
are you
for
guys,
35
what?
years, the man who built Hezbollah, the man who funded
Why are we
the
discussing
Houthis, the man
who's
who
Jewish? It's a
built the
little
nuclear
strange.
program.
Am I
This
really missing? I
guy,
feel like I'm really
knowing
missing
that
something
that
here.
meeting was taking place, when and how it took place, within the work hours, right? The daytime bombing is extraordinary because Israel has only really mostly engaged Iran at night.
I don't remember how big my camera was. Sorry. Thank you,
Harry
Harry Boy, for the 32 months.
This was a
I appreciate
daytime
it.
bombing they
Jerry
did
Boy
not expect.
19
It
has
hasn't happened
subscribed for
before.
32
So,
And
what's up?
all these
Yo.
important leaders and
You're pretty
advisors,
thanks.
advisors on the nuclear program, head of military intelligence, we're all in the room. And what that means is the Israelis know when
Do
the
I want to know
top,
what you guys are
most
talking about?
secretive meetings happen, the most important leadership, the most
Okay,
sensitive
Bowser, I
leadership,
asked
and they
you.
know when the meeting is going to happen.
I
and where it's
asked you
gonna happen
earlier
in
what you
real
were
time.
implying by this, and you said,
That
I'm gonna
alone
go.
tells the Iranian regime they are not working
But,
together. Somebody is not rowing in the same direction. It breaks the cohesion of the regime. So the psychological impact.
I see you
never mind
streaming
the
again. I didn't
deportation, which will
quit.
have to continue
Nothing
for
like
quite a while,
that
but the
happened.
psychological impact of this kind of a successful start is it can't be overstated.
Right. And for the listener, what you're saying is clearly there are Israeli and U.S. intelligence sources within the Iranian government high up.
I can explain. They're insinuating that because the reporter is
Yeah, and
Jewish,
I'd
that
like
she
to
is
imagine a scene out of Tehran,
showing only the Israeli perspective,
Netflix
ignoring
show, where it's
opposing
a
perspectives.
Mossad
Dude, my
spy
brain's like
running
not
around
working
Tehran,
today.
constantly evading
Genuinely.
Iranian counterintelligence.
It's so nice. I thought you were at work.
I'm fairly sure there's some of that happening just because everybody talks about how could it. Nobody
I
tells
don't
me
even know what the
Mossad's
weather's
doing
like.
in Tehran, so I'm allowed to talk about it freely. But you should take
No,
it with a grain of salt. But this would be something else.
How about, oh,
Unless
that's
this is
cool.
an Eli Cohen
Oh, that's why you were
infiltrating
asking
the
for advice,
Syrian
because you
high
could eat
command in the early
anything.
60s
W.
situation, which is possible. That there's literally a Mossad, Israeli Mossad spy, literally in the high command of the Iranians, receiving the coordinating emails from Khamenei's office. It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. But the more likely scenario, I think, is that Iranians themselves, Iranian generals, people very high up in the IRGC, are
winter seems to be gone. It's still cold where I am. By the way, I used my Prime sub. Thank you for letting me explain my stance on your stream. Oh, right. I understand your reaction channel sometimes. No problem, gamer. Alright. I am very much so, despite today, not tapped into what's going on. So, we need to find a better source here, in my opinion. We need to. Because my brain is not latching on. To be fair, those 1,000 gifted kind of made me lose my mind, but yeah, I just can't. So, maybe I should read something instead of watching news. I think the news is dragging it along intentionally. That's my only guess at this point. Okay. We're chilling outside with your chick is W. Fox's Rage for dude, I feel like shit today. My brain's just like not fucking working. Okay. I can send you the video on Discord. Are you talking about the one you told me to look up? At some point in the future I might look into that, but right now, we're talking about Iran. I told you how vodka. The way Lil Man does it is the same way we used to. Who the fuck is Michael Savage? No, but you were asking. I answered you when you— Did you not ask before? Did someone else ask before? Wait, let's watch something fun and relaxing, not war. I want to understand what's going on. Because I've been checked the fuck out of the news for like the past several days because I was not doing well. I'm having a flare. And I was like, this is gonna drag out. I might as well do it while I can still physically speak. So, here I am. Alright. If I sound weird, that's why. Alright. Let's read something. How about that? I think that might be more suitable. Links are auto-deleted in chat. I'm sorry, Fiverr. Like I said, you did tell me what it's called. I'll look into it at some point, but I'm not gonna watch it right now. I'm not watching it right now. We're as far as I'm aware, we're potentially dealing with like hold on. Okay, there we go. How did I get a gift sub when I don't follow Watch Sussy? I don't actually know the way the Twitch does it. There is a setting though. A little too late now, but there is a setting in your account where you can disable getting gifted subs to people you don't follow. So you should do that. Go do that if it bothers you. I don't know what to tell you. It's randomized. Yeah, I got 1,000 gifted, so that's probably why. After a while, it starts randomizing. For emotes, I can't complain. Fair enough, fair enough. I need more animated ones. No, but that's true. I did used to accept video requests though. For like, I used to do song requests for $1 and video requests for $2, but then I realized the $1 thing was stupid, so instead I made it $2 for a song and $3 for a video. And when I had a lot of mods, I would just like get the person to send a link to the mods, and the mods would just check that there's nothing crazy in it, and then I'd watch it. But yeah. You probably have to watch a certain part of the stream off of oh yeah. I believe ya. But yeah, the one thing I'm not gonna do is, unless there's like, you know, something really specific occurring, I'm not really gonna watch random things live on stream when I don't have mods to check anything. And if I just said yes to everyone asking, then everyone would be asking, and inevitably people would try to send me fucked up things. It would be a waste of everyone's time. So, yeah, no. Even when I did that, I only did it for like $2 or $3, because otherwise it would just be a mess. I'm sure it is, Fiber. I believe you. Like I said, I probably will watch it at some point. Anyway, so. Alive as far as I know. Okay. That's reassuring. It's very reassuring. I missed it a lot, didn't I? Okay, let's see. Iran has retaliated a countrywide strike by US and Israeli jets. Iran has targeted US bases scattered across the Middle East, including nearby Gulf monarchies, and have vowed to continue attacks. Uh-oh, has Geneva recent clear talks? Let's resolve the deal. Jesus. That video, sorry, that video we watched earlier of Trump. Was that as the attacks were occurring? When he's telling them to, like, seize their own destiny? I'm not singing right now. My mouth hurts so bad. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Talks or night speech was in the morning? Yeah, but it looked like you said stream 7 hours ago, like 2 hours ago. Unless I'm just, I don't know, my brain is scattered, bro, I swear to God. I don't know why I'm so out of it. Inflammation kills. a short time ago. Okay. I'm gonna ask some dumb questions. Because I just want to know. Right? So. One, why is the formatting on this page so ass? But two, I guess it makes sense that they have it within that margin as opposed to like really wide, but still, okay. What? It wasn't immediately clear? Oh god. So the attacks were because they could not come to a deal. So they don't want to give up their nukes? What is the interceptions video? This one? What is it, just like footage of the place being attacked? I don't know if I want to watch that, bro. Designer nukes? Oh my god, that sounds like something fucking Numpy would say. This tensions. Okay, that makes sense, Glenn. Also, Glenn, why am I just now remembering that you sent a message? I didn't know if it was Joker or something about the company you were at. I think it was in the middle of me getting really distracted. Did it finally happen? Oh no, that was just the first part of your message, never mind. President Foxer, oh yeah, it happened. Oh, I thought, wait, now I'm really confused. I watched Get Elected on Foxer stream, and this morning I am watching that same president on Foxer stream. Wait, I'm not reading this in full amounts. This morning... Oh, I see. You're saying Trump approved the merger and you watched Trump get... Yeah. Yeah. That's fucked up, bro. I'm assuming you're not a fan. I'm assuming you're not a fan. So here's what I think, Glenn. I think you, me, Ren, and a couple of people, let's make a Roblox game and become really rich. That's what I think we should do. I think that's what we should do. But yeah, I don't know if I want to watch this Inception, or what is it? Interception video. Yeah, but rich through Roblox is like funny though. Is there like a, you know how people like saying nouveau rich? I mean like new money? Is there a Roblox rich? Because I know people say like it was like a thing back in like 2015, 2016 to be like internet money, because it was like, whoa, money from the internet. But like, what about, but like now it's not uncommon. So what about like Roblox? Robo money. You can't just say Robux. I guess you could. I remember a couple of weeks ago, I looked at my Roblox notifications and my donut game made like $1. And I was like, how? How does that even happen? Why would they nuke the whales? I don't even know if that's a joke, bro. Why? If that's the case, why are we so fucking afraid of them? Where's Mr. Frizzle? He worked at Roblox. True. I don't necessarily know if he wants to spend his time on a Roblox team though, but yeah, I don't know if I want to watch the what is an interception video? This just looks like it. I don't know, man. In a video announcing the major combat operations, Trump told Iranians that when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. What does that mean? Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu echoed that goal, called for the brave Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands. The strikes during the holy fasting month of Ramadan opened a stunning new chapter in U.S. intervention in Iran. Marked the second time in 8 months that the Trump administration has attacked the Islamic Republic during talks over its nuclear program. Okay. Even if Iran's top leaders are killed, regime change is not guaranteed. Neither the US nor Israel have articulated a vision for what new leadership might look like. Oh God. Sirens ring out in Israel as country on high alert after launching strikes against Iran. What are you supposed? What are the people there supposed to follow? Sirens? What are they supposed to do? What? So what kind of strikes? Just missiles? I don't know anything about what these do. Why was a girl's school struck? Oh, 43 seconds ago. Argentina? What? What? Wait. UK calls on Iran to end this now. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Chat, do we like Keir Starmer? I don't know fucking shit about this person. In the US, we have we've been dealing with like the same 8 politicians in every scenario for the past like 10 years. More than that. You guys have switched prime ministers so many times that I thought I understood when Boris was a thing, and then it was someone else, and then it was Keir Starmer, is he a problem? Yes or no? Let me know. Let me know, UK chatters. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that while the UK didn't participate in the attack on Iran, its planes provided air defense for its people and allies in the region. Its planes? We stepped up protections from British bases and personnel to their highest level, Starmer said. He didn't comment on the attacks by the US and Israel, but condemned Iran's response that included strikes on many Middle East allies. So wait. Who did Iran strike? I thought they just struck US bases. I mean, I guess, yeah, it is in the UAE and Kuwait. Iran previously struck Israel in retaliation for Palestine. I remember that, and then that brought conversation back to the whole "oh, they have nukes" thing, right? I look so ridiculous with these clips on my hair, but I don't know what else to do. The Queen is his third cousin? Bush? George W. Bush? Or George H.W. Bush? Maybe if I just put water in my bangs, they won't look so weird. They look so weird today. I'm just gonna put a little water on my brush. Don't mind me. Anyway, there's a video of it actually on AP of what specifically? The actual strike? I'm not trying to see the actual strike. Stop the stream, I got ads. Fuck! Is it playing a lot of ads for non-subs? Probably a dumb question for you to ask while you guys are seeing ads. I'm just curious though. Yeah, I mean, not everyone who's in here right now is in here early. I have to keep that in mind. Okay, well, it's a little better for now, I guess. I don't think that's why. Okay, well, hopefully it dries a little better. Don't worry, chat. All I did was put water in my hair while you were gone. Just for you. Okay. Anyway. Cool. Yeah, I put water in my hair to make it grow. This is alive. That's how that works. Yeah, I usually wouldn't do that, but my hair dried so straight in the front that it looked weird. Dry shampoo is a completely different thing. That's like to absorb oil. I just didn't like the way my hair was sitting. It made me feel weird. So I'm like, nothing. I had it clipped down for hours, and that wasn't doing anything. So I just put some water in. Anyway. Let me read chat here. Okay. I mean, how can you use that as a justification when you're having very similar problems at home? Oh, dude, I didn't realize that Supreme Leader, dude, authorized the killings of thousands of protesters. I need, like, a linear list of what's going on. I'm so lost. My mouth is also progressively hurting more and more. How long do I have? Long for what? I don't know, Grumpy. Guys, I have a dexamethasone mouthwash. What happens if I drink it? Yeah. That won't be for years, Nightbot. Only one way to find out, Big G. You would trip if you took a dexamethasone? Wait, actually? I was gonna say, I thought it would just make you feel kind of sick. Like a belly thing, like you said. Get a beer. Why would I get a beer? DMT? It's not DMT! Wait, what? Unless by DMT you mean dexamethasone? But is this a play out? Where's this up, Dan's? When that was prescribed me for the first time, the rheumatologist didn't tell me I was supposed to leave it in my mouth for 5 minutes and then not drink or eat for an hour. So I was like, this stuff doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not talking about cough syrup, chatters. I'm talking about a corticosteroid. Lamau? I bet that feels good. What feels good? Leaving him for 5 minutes is fine. It's just not something you inherently think you have to do. Like, why would you assume that's what you have to do? It's not bad, it's just why would you assume that you have to do that? No, it's not, there's no alcohol in it, chatters. It's nothing, it's like nothing. It's not painful. It's not Listerine. When I say mouthwash, it's like... Oh, the air bubbles are unrelated. That's my tooth. Maybe it's loosely related. Maybe it has something to do with like inflammation in my gum or something. I don't know. But that's not painful, that's just annoying. That's just annoying. But... it's dangerous if you stop it abruptly. Stop what abruptly? What are you guys talking about? What the hell are you guys... Huh? I feel like everyone in chat's talking about something completely different. I'm talking about... dexamethasone. It's a topical steroid. For inflammation. Take your what off? What are you talking about? Almost sounds crazy. Meth? I guess so. I guess, yeah, the meth and the methazone is what people are hearing, I guess. They're like, I know all about this one, Fox. It's like prednisone. But not really, but like it's pretty much that. You're talking about psychedelically active mushrooms? Thanks for sharing. What? Okay, Digital, type in chat what you're talking about. What thing are you referring to? I don't need more details. I don't need you to rephrase it. I want to know the actual thing you're talking about. I'm gonna lose my mind. Digital just rambles, dog. Shakespeare, I'm losing my fucking mind! No, I don't fucking... First of all, who the fuck takes DMT? What? Wouldn't you be like a vegetable in like a day? I'm not taking dexamethasone! Oh my... I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. Oh, I'm going to lose my mind. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna fucking have a hallucination because I topically apply dexamethasone to my skin. What the fuck are you on about? Oh, bro, this feels like when people like from chat are like, yo, I took antibiotics once and it ruined me permanently. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Losing your mind's one of the sip. It's about, what are you talking about, Karunga? What the hell are you guys talking about? The mafia. What? Why? 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 What are you guys talking about? Oh my god. I'm not talking about recreational drugs, guys. What the hell? Chat made me think that. Chat. Why are you on stairs? I'm losing my mind. You guys are just rage baiting me. Digital, I'll ask one more time. That's like 4 times now. What are you talking about? No, I don't take dexamethasone. Oh, it could be, Medi. It could be. I have inflammation in my mouth. That's why I'm talking like this, and it hurts, and I have a mouthwash. A mouthwash that brings down inflammation. And you guys are talking about withdrawals and psychosis. What are you talking about? I'm going to lose my mind. Oral tablets of what? You are not a real person. Yeah, ulcers and gums. Hi, Numpy. Yes, indeed it is. Yes, indeed it is. That's what I said. I said it's a corticosteroid. Crazy, we have so many doctors in chat. I'm losing my mind. Euphoria and what are you guys talking about? I'm so confused. Your mod privileges? Fuck. We're rage rating Fox right now. Come join in. Stop. My doctor also prescribed me 0.5 mg of blank. You want some deck? It doesn't do anything. It doesn't even work. I mean, it barely works. It doesn't do anything. That's no. I have. Unfortunately, I have an actual inflammation disorder. So that's nothing. I know people always say that. People always say salt water. That doesn't. Salt water is bad. It does not help me. It just hurts. Yeah, it sucks. I was really lucky, like, basically, I want to say for like, around this time, I think the very if I looked at my records, and I think early March last year was the first time I had a real flare. And then I was good, pretty much, again for like another year. So I went like 2 years after coming off Otezla without anything, then a year, then like 2 weeks ago I had a really bad flare, and now something is happening again, so it's not really bad, but it will probably be very bad. Very rarely does it just slowly get bad and then go away. That's happened to me like once. Ethics of substance use? What substances are we even talking about? Amnesia? Bro, You have arthritis? I'm curious now, going to Ruby for some autoimmune thing. I got arthritis for some... Wait, chat moved. Time to deal with it. It's so bad. Do you have, rheumatoid? Or not rheumatoid. Do you have, psoriatic arthritis? Or just normal arthritis? I don't really know all the differences. Mafia, I don't take dexamethasone. I'm going to lose my mind. This is true. That is very true, Foxer F1 Sim Racing. Your account still confuses the living shit out of me, dude. No, I didn't swallow it. I did not. I said, guys, what would happen if I swallowed it? As a joke. I did not fucking swallow it. Oh my god. No. Why would I swallow a mouthwash? Promethazone? What the fuck is that? What are you guys talking about? What the hell? Out of all the things I'm concerned about when it comes to my health and things like that I'm consuming, fucking steroid mouthwash is like the bottom of that list. Cesura, I'm good. I'm so good. I'm good. Dexamethasone detox clinic. It doesn't even fucking work. Hold up, you're not supposed to. I don't use this mouthwash as a mouthwash that I use daily, guys. It isn't a mouthwash that happens to have dexamethasone in it. It's a topical steroid like what you would put on like your arm or something. It just so happens to be treating my mouth, and so you switch it around so it is in your mouth. It's not, ugh. Oh my god. Chatter's letting ball players know. Letting ball knowers know they also play ball. Oh, drinking milk. Okay. Ever heard of lean myth? Why'd you take Dexameth? Boxer, why'd you take Dexameth? Is that like super meth? They say it's not PSA. What do you mean by PSA? But, oh, it's not. Sorry. I already forgot what we were talking about. It's not psoriatic arthritis, so it looks like rheumatoid arthritis. And I've changed a few meds. It really mess with you. So which ones have you tried? That's a great question, Umpy. Dexameth. Yeah, that's what I'm with you, Electric Baguette. Why bring up all these things? Anyway, I was just asking because I'm in pain right now. It was kind of like an off joke that I was just saying. Because I like don't really have anything that can help me right now. There's just nothing I can do. Guys, if I used that mouthwash long term, if I had long-term use of that mouthwash, my teeth would be bright red. Oh, I missed a lot of messages that I was interested in. I was interested in the conversation between Grumpy and Electric I got. However, I was more shocked by the DMT messages. Yeah, I really want to understand what's going on. So basically, can someone give me a TLDR on the Iran thing? I'm really trying. Do they have morphine mouthwash? Morphine wouldn't do shit. Doing drugs is a secret again? Oh my god. Let's see. They should make Fent mouthwash. Dude, they probably fucking do. I wouldn't touch that shit though. I told you guys, like when it was really bad 2 weeks ago, I took one of the painkillers they gave me for when I had my wisdom teeth removed, and it didn't fucking do anything. I was like, this is insane. This does nothing. Like, literally fucking nothing. That's why they call it Devil's Mouthwash. Haven't you seen Dexameth? That's so madness. The more you guys say this, the funnier it is to me, because for years, they were prescribing this shit to me. And I was just picking it up from the pharmacy, but like, I didn't think it worked. And so my medicine cabinet just had all this fucking dexamethasone in it. And I knew what it was, so I was like, this is stupid. No, it was not ibuprofen. They did not give me ibuprofen for my wisdom teeth, no. No. They did not. No, Mafia. They did not. No, it was not. No, it was not. I had taken so much Advil and Tylenol that week. It was an opioid, yeah. I had taken so much Advil and Tylenol that week that I thought I was going to end up in the hospital. And so I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I took the painkiller from my wisdom teeth and it didn't do anything. And I was like on the verge of tears. I was like, oh my god. This is so fucking painful. Somebody comes over and opens the medicine cabinet looking for Q-tips. Dude, imagine someone thinks it's like lean or like cough medicine. You know what's funny about that too? It's funny because that, like, you know how like prescriptions will come with an instruction label? It doesn't, it is obviously a mouthwash. I know it is. The doctor who prescribed me knows it is. I'm sure even the pharmacist knows it is. But it says, it doesn't say like swish in your mouth or anything. It says take every 6 hours. I don't know how that's legal. I don't know what Journavx is. No, I haven't. But that's another thing. I was in no way, shape, or form tempted to use that painkiller again. I was like, this did fucking jack shit. Yeah, I didn't take them when I had my wisdom teeth out. Because I had one up here removed, one down here removed. Those are 2 different sessions. And then I had both of these removed. And I was fine until the numbing injection wore off when I was home. And then I was like, ah! And they originally didn't send me home with a strong painkiller. But then when I got home and it wore off, I called and I'm like, this is so fucking bad. They prescribed it. By the time I got to the pharmacy and all that had happened, I was like, I'm just not gonna take it. Because, you know, you hear really bad things, right? And I was like, if I can grin and bear it, you know, I'm not gonna take it. And so I didn't. So I just had it, just in case. And I was in such severe pain that I took it, like, however, 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, this didn't do anything. 3 of them pulled out nicely. Yeah, so one of mine, they had 2 drill as well. I think it was my lower one here, I think. I got to keep my last one though. My cousin's stuck in Dubai. Apparently they've evacuated the... Yeah, let's get back to the important stuff, not mouthwash. I've learned that you shouldn't keep most meds in medicine cabinets. Yeah, that's another thing. The smart thing to do is to probably keep them somewhere else, yeah. That's the truth, yeah. I kept the mouthwash in there. I didn't keep, like, actual, like, medication there, but I kept the mouthwash in there because, like, it was whatever. I didn't really have people over like that. But, as a rule of thumb, yeah. That's a good question, Cajun. Okay. Just imagine 2-3 of us all under the— oh my god. In Trump's first term, they backed out of the nuclear agreement. And by they, I assume Iran. Since then, tensions have slowly been increasing. They culminated in a strike on Iran's nuclear program last year. Very recently, there's been unrest in Iran as people have been protesting the lack of democracy and sexist policies of the Iranian government. And they have likely killed tens of thousands of Iranian civilians by the government. Trump has also been trying to make a new nuclear deal with Iran. They haven't come to an agreement, and Trump has been threatening them with violence. And threats came through tonight, and Iran was attacked. And they retaliated by attacking almost every country the US faces in the region. So this didn't do anything, basically. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, exactly, electric baguette. That's what I'm saying. Which comment? The one where you're saying you have to store like cash. Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal in his first term, not Iran. Says the agreement lifted the sanction on Iran, and they're making a lot of money to fund terrorism in the region and create their nuclear weapons. It's simple. Israel wants to neuter every country in the Middle East, so they work with the USA to make up BS like they did with WMDs in Iraq, and now the BS about the tens of thousands of deaths in Iran, so they have an excuse to bomb that country to submission. So I know nothing, right? These tens of thousands of deaths they keep talking about, that they're saying that kind of justify in their minds, like, oh, the government's corrupt anyway, they're killing all their civilians. Are those unconfirmed? Or exaggerated in some way? But yeah, I legitimately think there's just something wrong with me. Whatever an addictive personality is, I think I have the opposite of that. Which sounds really depressing. When I hear people go like, yeah, once I love something, I just can't stop. I'm almost like, wow. Impressive. Like, I can't relate, I guess. I don't know. It takes like everything on the planet for me to like it's not even that I get bored or lose interest, it's like things not working is so much more painful for me than things kind of working, right? Or like, okay, the pain I feel when things don't really work is so immense compared to the goodness of things working, like in intensity. And so that whole thing people always say of, oh, if you don't know what's gonna happen, that's how you get addicted to something. I don't relate. I like when things are very predictable. If something's just completely like, who knows how it's gonna go, I'm just like, I mean, isn't Israel just kind of a convenient proxy for Western power extension in the center of the Middle East? How the fuck do you stream? Streaming is fun for me. I'm talking about things like alcohol or like drugs. I'm just like, I don't care. Like, streaming is something that's very fun for me, and I think there aren't a lot of things that are like that correct combination of things for me in the way streaming is. I think that's why I like streaming. Because I think it's kind of rare that I find things that I'm like, yeah, this is correct for me, this is right. But I don't know. My point is, like, people are like, oh, I like alcohol because it does this, and I'm like, yeah, but like, isn't there anything bad? Wouldn't the bad like so intensely outweigh the good? Was there a new promising treatment worth risk? I'm not talking about risk. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about bad outweighing good in my mind. If there's something that has a high likelihood that there's going to be a bad like consequence of something, like feeling sick or whatever. What point is, when it comes to things that people typically cite as being addictive to them, I'm just like, the pain and frustration of this is so much more intense for me than anything good derived from it. Like short form video, I fucking hate doom scrolling. It like makes me mad. The idea of like getting like sick or something from alcohol, it's like, why would I do that? Same thing for drugs. And that was my whole point about the whole wisdom tooth pain medication thing. I never took it because I was like, this is gonna be so dangerous. That sounds horrible, my random name. Is that safe? But yeah, I was like, oh, I shouldn't take this, it's gonna be so dangerous. And then I was in severe pain and I took it and I'm like, this is stupid as fuck. Like, this didn't do anything. There was nothing bad that really happened, but I was just kind of like, this did fucking nothing, I don't care. What medication was local anesthesia? When I had my wisdom teeth removed? I don't know. Why? What does that have to do with anything? Or the oxy? What? Huh? I'm not talking about local anesthesia for wisdom teeth. That's not what I'm talking about. For wisdom teeth. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. Is everything alright? There's a slight tinge of jaundice in your skin tone. No, it's something's horribly wrong and it's definitely my skin. As someone who just passed 2 years alcohol-free this week, I truly believe alcohol is one of the hardest drugs. Yay! Congratulations! Yeah, I mean, I've heard that a lot from people who struggle with alcohol addiction, that it's like, they genuinely feel it's like, probably the worst drug for your system. And when you think about it, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I'm not sober though, but that's okay. You know, you gotta choose your battles sometimes, but still, congratulations. Our lemon princess, lemon meringue pie. Our fox are lemon meringue pie. You said you skipped meds when you took medicine. Bro, what are you saying? Simply add, politics, let me join, let's go. Oh, Lark, you're the Nicole Kidman skin guy! Guys, I made him upset! I made him upset! I made the Nicole Kidman skin guy upset! Oh, my yellow tinge upset him! Yay! Yay! That is reason for celebration if I've ever heard it! Oh my god! Yay. I'm so proud of myself. I don't know what I did, but I'm so proud of myself. Guys, I'm gonna buy so many carrots. I exclusively drink on Fridays and Saturdays. Never work. I think I drink like maybe a couple times a year. You know, I'm just like, That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. I feel like it's probably really the harshest on your body. It affects the body more than most other hard drugs do, and in more ways, and health-wise, it's really hard. That's what I was gonna say. It really seems like it's very, very taxing on the system. We're talking about Iran. I'm reading messages on people and kind of like their take on the situation, but also I'm just reading things in real time about what's going on. And also we were talking about, just inflammation and like different like rheumatologist related health things people struggle with. And someone started talking about like drugs. And now we're talking, I don't know. It's an open conversation. Yeah, I mocked him, guys. The carrots. Do I actually look different? I switched doctors recently and it felt good to answer all the questions. Used to smoke, don't anymore. Oh wait, chat moved. Used to smoke, don't anymore. Used to vape, don't anymore. Used to drink, don't anymore. I was like, hell yeah, fucker. Yay! That's cool. You look different. Do I actually? No, okay, cool. Yeah, I want to see what those medications are. I'm curious. So, what I've taken, colchicine did not work. And Also, oh, Tesla, which worked. It worked. It did. Your hair was green last time. Nothing changed with the lighting between this time and last time, so I don't know what to tell you. No, nothing changed. Nope, no setting. Wait, really? Nothing changed. I am confused. Why are you looking like Peely? Let's go. My face briefly flashes yellow? My monitor? Why would I have nothing yellow on my screen? I think maybe you guys are tripping. I think I look exactly the same. Let me go back and look at like yours ever. My bad. Let me rein it in for you. What do you mean it's everywhere? I just look at the viewfinder. I'm so confused. But that's obviously not what I'm talking about, Grumpy. Okay, yeah, confirmed. You guys are crazy. I opened up the thumbnails. Is it my... Yeah, but I have nothing yellow on my screen. That's not what I'm talking about, obviously. Are you guys okay? The camera's more in focus, but that's neither here nor there. I think that's... I can't even tell. Yeah, the roots are different because I bleached my hair. That isn't my skin! Ah! That isn't my skin! That isn't my skin! What are you looking for? Oh my god. Someone... Never mind. This is also stupid. Regardless, it's very clearly, whatever it is, it's not a camera setting, very obviously, because you can see the backgrounds couldn't, it's the exact same fucking thing. Unless it somehow looks different by the time there's output on your end, this looks the same to me. Bleach it text. That's crazy. Anyway. Text I still think that's really funny. That's funny. I just want it to be correct. What the hell? There, that's better. I don't know what happened. Anyway. It's definitely green. What's green? I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Anyway. I was looking. What? What? Which? What? 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 Who's what? Which? What? It's exactly the same. The hair? I don't give a fuck what color you think my hair is. That's a you problem. No, we can't put 6 Foxers up on the screen and see which one we like. Oh my god. Your hair now. Who fucking cares? Bitch, who gives a fuck? Clearly it says 848 instead of 1246. Yeah, it's a good point. Used to be taller. I'm going to lose my mind. Anyway, back to Iran. That's kind of cool to see. That was like 2 weeks ago. Not even like a week ago. Something like, I don't know. This was... Which stream was this? That was February fucking 19th. That was 10 days ago. I'm going to lose my mind. Anyway. Boxer, you've changed. Boxer, you've changed. One of the ghosts on the wall seems to have moved spooky. No, it didn't. What the hell? Crazy. How much does it cost to bleach one's hair? A pound of bleach powder is like... I don't know, like... Depends. So I'd say between like $13 and $20 for a pound of bleach powder, which will last fucking forever. Not a pound, sorry, a gallon. That's what I meant. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Like, you know, the actual... the buckets. And then 32 ounces of Developer Volume 20 is like $10 So you do the math. It lasts forever. A tub of color charm lightener. Yeah, whatever, I guess it's a pound. Like, whatever the big buckets of bleach are. Why do women spend hundreds at salons though? Because they think they're gonna fuck up their hair. And because it is difficult. It's not difficult to do. It is not a difficult thing to do, right? But the reality of doing it in your home is extremely unpleasant. Hold up, you did bleaching yourself? Yes. The reality of doing it at home is extremely unpleasant. Because one, you're sitting in your fucking house with bleach on your hair. Two, you have to wash it out yourself in a sink or in the shower. You're brunette. That's my natural hair color, so no. I've seen streamers fuck it up on stream. That's because they do it for challenges impulsively, you know. Is it harmful if you get on your skin? Not really. I mean, it's not good, but like, think about it. If it's on your scalp, it's your skin. I don't know if that's a joke or not, Cajun. They turn ginger instead of blonde. See, I'm already ginger, so... Well, not ginger, but I'm already like a very warm dark blonde, so it doesn't like if you bleach it, it's gonna turn like banana peel piss yellow regardless. You have to tone it. Thanks, you fox. I'm not gonna dye my hair like brown or black though. How long does it take? That depends on like 50 different things. I'm imagining Fox are kicking the shit out of that huge toes plushie when she's angry. No. That's probably a good idea, but no. Diet purple? No. Have you ever tried Raven Black? No. No. Bro, I dyed my hair like a level 7 blonde and I looked sick. I look like a sick Victorian child. Absolutely fucking not. I'm not dyeing my hair black. Have you tried blue? No! I don't dye my hair random colors. No goth foxer. No. Think you look fire with black hair? No, I wouldn't. You guys are hallucinating. Exactly. I still look like a sick Victorian child. No, I'm going to ban anyone who tells me what color I should dye my hair, especially if it's a bright ass fucking color. I'm not dyeing my hair a color. I'm not doing it. No. Green. I didn't ask. Didn't ask. Didn't ask. Yeah, okay. Fuck, I forgot. Apparently I kick people on the beach? We never got to the bottom of that though. It's 13, it's like $13 for like a big thing of bleach that will last you years. And the developer, I go through developer faster, I guess. But still, a 32 ounces of developer is like $10, $10. Like a bottle of toner, it's like $10. Developer toner bleach sounds complicated. Not really. So think of the bleach as the lightening thing, and the toner as the coloring thing, and the developer makes both of them work. So you put the powdered bleach into a container. There's a specific ratio, but then you put the developer in with the powdered bleach, you mix it. Then you have the bleach mixture. You put it on, you wait for it to lighten, you rinse it out. Then your hair looks like banana peel piss yellow. Then, you do the same thing, you put the toner in a container, and then you put the developer, the same developer you use with the bleach, you put that in the container, you mix them, you leave it on, and then that tints the hair, and then you're done. So. That's true. Grumpy is correct about that. I don't think no, because I don't think you guys understand how dark black hair would look on me. It would not. Natural's good bear. Thank you for sharing. So you can see it, Mafia. You can just like, just wipe it away. You can see it. How do you do the thing where it fades evenly to dark underneath? What do you mean? Fades evenly? Yeah, when I was like 12, I was like, I want to dye my hair black. And my hairstylist laughed and said no. Like, the darkest you can ever go is where like blonde kisses brown. And I attempted that, and for the first time in my life I understood where that hairstylist was coming from. I looked horrible with a neutral tone dark blonde. I looked so fucking weird and sick. It was so bad. It was so bad. And keep in mind, that's like 5 levels above black. It would be so bad, guys. It would be horrible. It would be really bad. I know it sounds cool, because it sounds... I like wearing black, and I don't think I look bad in black. Against my skin like that, it would not look good. It would not look good. I also keep in mind, my roots would come in blonde, so it would just look like I'm balding. Yes. And also blonde people who dye their hair black, the roots will come in lighter, so it looks like they're fucking balding. No. I cannot find banana peel piss yellow in the list of FTA colors. Fuck. Like, underneath part's natural, but it's not a sharp. Distinction? Oh, I mean, easy. So I don't have it exactly correct, but whatever point it is, I just like this part, whatever part is bleached, and then this is not. That's it. I just have a part that's bleached and a part that's not. Anyone who cares that intensely about my eye color or hair color or any of these things or any color, I think you should get clinical help. I think maybe. Especially what will always baffle me is when people can see, right? But like they want the factual information, right? No, there are people who care, Fun Crusher. I love the idea that there are people who don't, and I agree with you. I think the vast majority of people don't, but there are people who care, and I don't like it. I really don't like it. But I agree we should move on, because it hurts my brain. But I will say this, it's people who, they can see, but they like factually need to know on paper, like, what is this called though? Like, do you fall under the category of this or this? Because I need to know. It's like, no you don't. No you don't. No you don't. if it's more than not, but the people who do care really, really care. Anyway, back to Iran. Yeah, I was just trying to answer the question about, well, it wasn't really a question. Someone came in and said I look like I'm jaundiced, and then I said, ha ha ha, yeah, I'm happy. And chat was like, you kind of do look different though. And I was like, fuck. Alright. Now that I kind of feel like I have a better understanding, let's... Can I get a yeah, Costco's pretty lit in the chat? Yeah, Costco's pretty lit. Clown, do they have any deals on electric toothbrushes there? Why do I feel like I'm getting a headache?
Often happens in war.
Why do they keep showing this? They're saying it's live. This is not live.
We're doing this for.
Why do I feel like I'm getting a headache? Oh my god. Maybe I should take some Advil.
The US had.
So wait, why did Argentina say that they're
strike that had been talked about as a possibility, one possibility for the president, but a really
smoothie time? W, you didn't check. You should check.
Aimed at smashing Iran's military, at dismantling its nuclear program, at frankly,
holy shit! I've been on for 5 hours.
Iranian regime, and that continuing operation has led to reports that leaders in Iran, including Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, have been killed. The Iranian foreign minister telling NBC News just a few hours ago that, in fact, Khamenei is alive as far as he knows. So questions still at this hour, Jose, over exactly what has been hit.
5 hours while I stream like 6 every day. I just didn't realize it had been 5.
How much success there has been.
Not every day, but the days I stream.
Sources saying that one of the reasons for the attack at the particular moment was to strike, in part, was to strike a gathering
smoking a lot,
of
really?
Iranian leaders. We heard
like, actually?
from the son of the former Shah of Iran calling on
I like the
Iranian
camera they're
people
using
now to rise up against the Iranian regime. But what we've also seen, Jose, as you describe, is a furious
focal
response
length
from Iran,
is like
the like
correct.
of which we haven't seen in a very long time. They did target Israel, which I guess is to be expected with long-range missiles, and that has caused casualties, albeit not the kind of substantial casualties that we saw last year. Not so far, but we also saw this kind of Iranian missile strike, akin to a kind of Iranian missile machine gun against multiple Arab countries across the Gulf.
Weird.
Here in the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi
So what
Arabia,
places, sincerely,
Jordan,
I am sincerely asking, right?
In the UAE.
I need the political opinion havers in chat. What areas are most at risk right now? And what's on the table? Because I keep seeing jokes about people being like, oh, well, nukes, we're gonna die. But like, is that really truly what, you know? I know anything's possible, but you know what I mean. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, East EU. East EU? I haven't heard that one yet. What would need to occur in order for it to escalate to East EU? Ain't no nukes going to be fired. I really doubt it. So how does this end, do we think? Israel's in danger? Iraq, maybe.
You showed that image, striking, of
I thought Kuwait
outside of a
has already been struck.
five-star hotel on the very
Yes, hello.
Jumeirah. Clearly, that is a civilian location that has
It's
been.
more just distraction to make people forget about the implications between Trump and Israel and the Epstein files.
Honestly,
people.
Kaz, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. Thank you for the 30 months, though, Kaz. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you've been doing well. I have a headache, so I'm going to grab some Advil. I hope I'm good, gamers. Ooh. Hope I'm good. Okay, wait, I clicked. Let it play. Oh, I had it muted. Okay.
At this stage, is simply because of the risk to shipping, and as we've been saying all day, that carries 20% of the world's oil and gas. So a potential real
Iran's
impact
a big
on
country.
the economy, on gas prices.
I'm supposed to be getting
if
it.
this continues through the weekend when the markets open on Monday morning, I see no sign that this is going to slow down for quite some time, for days, I would suggest.
Joe, thank you very much. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you shortly. I want to go down to Tel Aviv. That's where Matt Bradley is, and he's been standing by all night virtually. Matt, you're still in the bunker. There are still defensive operations being carried out in Tel Aviv.
That's right. You know, we'd love to come to you from the Tel Aviv skyline and show you that. But the fact is that every time we're trying to move the camera upstairs and we think about doing that, we hear yet another air raid siren. So we come down here just to play it safe. I mean, this is where you'll find most of the Israeli population at this moment in bunkers. It's not a bunker, it's a safe room. It's called a mamad in Hebrew. It is going to be resistant to most of the concussive blasts that come from the impact of Iranian missiles and from falling debris from those interceptions. The fact is that over the past summer, when we saw huge impacts from the Iranian ballistic missiles, almost everybody who made it into rooms like this one survived. There were a few cases of people who were killed inside safe rooms, but that was because they took basically a direct hit. And when you look at some of the impact sites, as we did last summer, it was really chilling. And you can see how it's really vivid when you're there, how just not being next to the impact of the bomb isn't enough. These are huge ballistic missiles, and they spread destruction for blocks and blocks, which is why being inside these rooms is so essential, even though the odds of being hit are quite low. As such, we haven't actually heard yet of any Israeli casualties from the massive bombardment that we've been enduring here all morning and all day today. We've heard a little bit about 1 or 2 injuries, one of them not so far away from here. It doesn't sound like we've heard so far. And again, all of this could change. I could be wrong. We're only seeing this through a peephole. Really, we're only seeing this, through the door of our safe room here. We're not hearing so far that there have really even been that many direct impacts from these Iranian missiles. So far, it looks as though the vast majority of them, just like last summer, have been swatted out of the sky by Israel's air defenses. Now, once again, we're talking about the Iron Dome, and I mentioned this to you a moment ago, Jose. The Iron Dome tends to be used as kind of a catch-all term for all of Israel's missile defense systems. The Iron Dome probably isn't being used all that much right now. The Iron Dome is typically for shorter range missiles, the improvised missiles that tend to be launched by Hamas and other groups from Gaza, by Hezbollah from neighboring Lebanon. These are low-flying, and they don't leave a lot of time for any response from those on the defensive side. But the bigger systems that tend to intercept things like intercontinental ballistic missiles, which we're not facing. Iran doesn't have those. But anything like a cruise missile that's flying from a much longer distance at a much higher altitude, those are going to be taken care of by the 2 other systems within the Israeli military, within the Israeli air defense system, David's Sling and the Arrow system. Now, both of these have been used to great effect last summer and were really shown to protect the Israeli population, which is why when you're walking around the streets here, you're not going to see a lot of folks who are panicked. We're seeing people taking selfies in these safe rooms. So far, this is something that Israelis have endured before. They have an extreme level of confidence about their ability to react. And even in the weeks before this attack that finally happened this morning, I didn't hear much from Israeli people saying that they were particularly worried about this, even as the United States compiled one of the largest sets of weaponry that the U.S. has ever projected in a foreign war over the last 2 decades. So, this is, as Keir said, still ongoing. But it looks as though, for the moment, that Israel has managed to endure yet another Iranian counterattack after an Israeli preemptive strike.
Oh, I just read your message and I said, yeah, that seems pretty risky. And before that, I was just saying, I took the Advil. I don't know why I have a headache. That's really weird.
The Israeli Defense Force, and there's some really interesting information. And according to the IDF, this is the largest Israeli military flyover in the history of the Israeli Air Force. Now, I'm going to quote to you what the IDF is putting out at this hour. Since this morning, approximately 200 fighter jets with the direction of IDF intelligence and the Israeli Air Force completed an extensive attack against the missile array and the defense systems of the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran. This is, I'm continuing to quote, the IDF, the largest military flyover in the history of the Israeli Air Force, conducted following accurate planning and based on high-quality intelligence, while synchronizing hundreds of fighter jets at the same time. The IAF's fighter jets dropped hundreds of munitions, targeting approximately 500 objectives, including aerial defense systems and missile launchers in a number of locations in Iran simultaneously.
Oh my God.
One of the strikes targeted a site in Tabriz in western Iran. The site was used by the Iranian surface-to-surface missiles unit, from which the unit had planned to launch dozens of missiles toward Israeli civilians. The IAF continues to operate in Iran. Matt, it's probably one of the reasons that folks in Israel
I
have
took some
not
Advil.
seen the
We'll see if it
number
helps.
of missiles or drones being headed over to Israel because of this largest military flyover operation in the history of the Israeli Air Force. Matt, stay with us. I want to bring in Kenneth Pollack. He is the Vice President of Policy for the Middle East Institute and a former CIA analyst. It's great seeing you. I thank you for your time today. What are you seeing in what so far we have been reporting?
Yeah, so I think let me pick up on a point that Matt just made, because I think it's an important one. What we're seeing so far is a series of almost certainly pre-planned Iranian responses. And these were probably set up under the assumption that the United States was going to launch a smaller campaign against Iran. The Trump administration has been engaged in a certain amount of misdirection. We'll find out later how much of this was deliberate, how much of this was a spur of the moment decision on the part of the president. But all the signals that were coming out, it all looked like what the administration was going to do was a much smaller operation targeted against Iranian ballistic missile facilities, nuclear sites, a few other things, but that it wasn't going to be about regime change and it wasn't going to be nearly this big. So what we've seen from the Iranians so far seems to be the response that they planned to that expected smaller American strike. I think in the days ahead, what we're likely to see
so Mafia,
is Iran trying to do much more.
what I would typically do in a situation like that is take the Advil, and then if it's not working well enough,
Trump is undertaking now is
to take
a gamble. Because if the Iranian regime believes that it is on its last legs,
and then just rotate rather than take them both at the same time. I know you can do both though, but I think the Advil for now. alone might
They're
work.
going to
But yeah,
let
I know
loose with
that. I learned that
everything
when
that
I
they
had
can.
COVID. I had a
They
really
certainly
bad
threaten
fever.
bloody murder all the time. Typically, their threats are way beyond their actual capabilities. But yeah, there's some very big
Who am I
issues
rooting
out there.
for?
The Strait of Hormuz right now seems to be closed to
You're saying that
tanker
like
vessels.
it's a
It's
team
unclear when
sports
those
thing.
will be
Indigo, who are
open.
you voting
Certainly, the
for?
Iranians
Or
will have
rooting for?
every
Sorry, I
incentive
have a
to
headache,
keep
bro.
the Strait of Hormuz
Today
shut
was an
down if they
incredible day.
believe
Don't
the
get me wrong,
regime
but
is
I feel
imperiled.
out of
And
it.
perhaps even more important than
You
that,
guys are
we know
incredible.
that the Iranians
And the
over the
1,000 gifted
last
was
2
insane,
decades
but
have been
I
working
feel so
very,
fucking
very
out of
hard to
it.
develop cyber weapons, including cyber weapons that they could use against the U.S. homeland.
Got the painkiller
Again, in
knowledge.
a
Yeah, the
scenario where the
nurses taught
U.S.
me
is
well.
threatening regime change, where we are trying to bring down the regime, that's the scenario where you would have to expect that the Iranians would be willing to use those kinds of cyber weapons against the U.S. homeland.
Yeah, I got
Again, we don't
1,000
know
gifted.
what they're
Look,
capable of doing. We don't know
it's
how good our
real.
own
Deserve it.
defenses
I
are.
don't know if
That's
this
why, as I
deserve
said,
it.
this
Thank
is
you
a
so
very
much,
big
Kaz.
gamble on Mr.
Thank you
Trump's
for
part.
saying so. But yeah, it was
It's also
insane.
been
I
gamble
stared at my
that
screen for
because
God
of
knows
the
how long, probably like an hour.
deterioration of Iran and its proxies, and I'm thinking of
COVID and UA.
the
Wait, what is UA?
devastation of Hezbollah, Hamas.
I feel so stupid
after
today. I
October
don't know what's
7th.
wrong with me.
Devastated, but also, for example, its allies and proxies, Iranian ally Russia, that has been receiving so many of the drones that Iran manufactures. They're not able to respond.
Not
They
100%, but I
certainly
think
weren't
Saudi
able to
Arabia and
respond,
Iran are the top two
January
powers in the Middle
3rd
East.
when the United States took out in Venezuela Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They've lost so many proxies and allies in Latin America. Cuba, I think, is probably the last remaining stronghold of Iran proxies in the Americas. But if this is the final breaths of a regime, it seems as though they could be trying to do whatever they can.
Would you rather live in Iran or Ukraine? I don't know what the fuck's going on in Ukraine or Iran, so probably neither.
Also very important. If there was a moment to try to bring about regime change in Iran through military force, particularly through air power, this was probably as good as it gets. And as you point out, Iran's network of proxies and allies has been really beaten down over the last 3 years. Their Russian and Chinese friends have more or less deserted them. And again, I expect both of them will continue to protest, but we've seen them in action. They're not willing to come to Iran's defense in any of this. In addition, we should recognize Syria, which had also been an important
As opposed to like
ally. It's not just that
Ukraine
the
or
Assad
Iran,
regime is
probably,
gone.
yeah.
It's also that Syria's airspace is wide open. And I'm guessing that most of those Israeli aircraft are transiting Syrian airspace, something that they probably wouldn't be able to do in several years once a new Syrian government starts to rebuild those air assets. So in many, many different ways, this is a great opportunity to do so. But as I said, it's a very big gamble. And both, when you think of a gamble means it's very high payoff, but also very high risk. And what we don't really understand fully is exactly what President Trump is trying to do here, how far he is willing to go, in particular, if the regime doesn't fall quickly. And we should always remember, changing a regime through air power alone has proven extremely difficult historically. Very, very few cases of it succeeding. The closest analogy you could probably come up with is Libya in 2011, where NATO air forces, including the United States, did eventually bring down Gaddafi's regime. But we should remember then there was a huge Libyan protest movement on the ground with large numbers of former Libyan soldiers joining that protest movement. So far, we don't yet see that even in Iran. So again, if this works, it will be huge. And let's remember, the Iranian regime is absolutely odious. Iran will be a better place. The Middle East will be a better place. The world will be a better place without it. It has regularly declared itself an enemy of the United States. It has killed any number
That sounds
of
weird. May you
Americans
elaborate,
over
sir?
the
My bad.
years.
Wrong comment from you.
It would
Oh.
be wonderful to see this regime gone. But again, bringing about the change of regime by air power alone is very difficult. It typically takes a long time. Not clear whether the Trump administration has that kind of staying power. And of course, the last thing we should keep in mind is that this is going to make it very, very difficult to control the circumstances after the fall of the regime
You
if
say a
it
lot of weird
does
shit? Is
fall,
that something you're like
this is the
super
kind of
proud of?
situation where you could end up with chaos or civil war in Iran that in and of itself could then have very serious repercussions for the United States, for our allies. So as I said, very big gamble here, potential huge payoff, but also
Huge
potentially
payoff's
very
crazy.
serious
What's the
risks.
payoff? Am I
You know,
stupid?
Kenneth, that's so interesting. And by the way, I understand we're possibly awaiting some words from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he does come to the microphones. And we're seeing
What has he said
that
so
podium
far?
and microphones that's been set up. If and when he does come out, of course, we will bring you his comments live. But
Is
Kenneth,
that supposed to be soon?
I'm just, thinking back on your. Yes, when has there been successful regime change?
This is a lot
in
live.
recent world
PT. Oh, it says
history
PT. I thought it said.
where it's just been carried out by
Oh,
air
Mountain Time. I
power alone,
forgot.
and it didn't happen
For some
in
reason, I thought
Panama
that was central. I was
when
like,
the United
what?
States invaded in
No, it is live.
89,
This is
90
definitely live.
to take out Manuel Noriega. They had to have boots on the ground, but there has been a regime change of sorts in Venezuela as early as the 3rd of January when a military operation took out the person that was the titular head of that regime. And there have been some extraordinarily
Fox or News, yeah.
massive changes since then.
How much
But
oil will we
it's
get out of
just
this,
a
dude? The oil
situation
thing's
where
insane.
What exists in the country that can help build something going forward? And I don't think, Kenneth, there's a better place to think when one thinks of the extraordinary history, culture, and contributions of the Persians.
Here we go again, a little dragged.
So again,
Not exactly proud of
we
where
should
though.
all hope
Payoff is a
that
stable
only for
region if the regime is
sake of the
successfully
Iranian
changed.
people that there is a change of regime there, because it's
Do
very
they have any
clear that
reason
the
to believe
vast
the
majority
people are just going to
of
do that
Iranians
though?
would like something very, very different. But again, hope is not a strategy.
By the way, this all happened like 5 minutes after it
have
was
to
reported that
recognize
lawyers
that
drafted an
this is
emergency
likely
order
to
to
prove
nationalize U.S.
difficult.
elections ahead of midterms.
Your point about Venezuela, I think, is a really apt and interesting one, because what you could
As opposed
also,
to
another
what? The way
scenario
it
we
works
could
right
see in
now?
Iran is something somewhat similar, where perhaps we will get rid of this leadership. Right, the Israelis or somebody clearly flattened Ayatollah Khamenei's compound in Tehran.
Yeah,
The
they want
Israelis
us to
are
forget.
saying that Ayatollah Khamenei was killed.
I
in
don't
that
think anyone's
strike.
going to think Trump
They're
looks like
also
a
saying that they
genius for
killed
any
a
of
number
this,
of
no matter
other
what.
very senior Iranian officials. But what's not clear is even if you kill all of those people, if they have all been successfully killed, that still will bring
Why did you say
down the
Venezuela
regime.
like that?
And what you could see,
I guess because it's the
are
proper
other
way to
elements
say
of the
it. I don't
regime, in
know.
particular Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, that might
Fox,
take over
Fox
instead.
F1 sim racing,
what
I
we've
don't
seen
have a
over the
plan
decades
for
is
that. Do you?
Ayatollah Khamenei, again, this is not a nice
What are you
man.
going to do in that case? OMG,
Nasty
I think Trump's a
anti-American,
genius for this. Oh my
anti-Israeli,
gosh, Clown, tell me about why.
a dictator to his own people, but actually
Yeah,
quite
I remember that
restrained,
too,
quite
Electric Baguette.
prudent
I remember
even
it
in his
too.
decision making, especially when it comes to attacks on the United States or Israel, etc. Always very, very cautious, much more cautious than the Revolutionary Guard leadership has typically proven to be. And so if what we end up doing is simply killing him, removing him, but the Guard is able to take over in his place, we might actually find ourselves with a nastier, more aggressive, more anti-American regime out there. So as I keep making this point, what President Trump has undertaken now is a very big gamble.
Yeah, I
It
was
could
going to
pay
say,
off
as opposed to the states running their own election
it could
systems.
also fail, and it could fail in a whole
What
variety of
emergency
different
order for
ways,
what
or
reason?
it could simply be replacing one set of problems with another set of problems.
Yeah, it's so many questions, right, Kenneth? And I really appreciate your time and your extraordinary experience. It's so important and beneficial to us all. I thank you very much. I want to bring in NBC News military analyst, Colonel Steve Warren. Colonel, again, speaking with Kenneth about what are the possible outcomes of this massive military activity that's going on in Iran today. What kind of military activity is going on, and what are the major areas or the bases of operation for the United States? Israel, we know as well, but for the United States with this massive firepower that they've brought to the area with the USS Lincoln, well, I'm sorry, with the Lincoln and with the Gerald Ford, among other carrier groups.
Well, that's right. United States Central
Playing Baldur's
Command
Gate.
within
Any
the
tips for
last
guys?
several
No,
hours
unfortunately
has,
not.
Published a statement. I think you read a piece of it.
Does anyone in
but
chat
they
have?
spoke more about what happened.
Wait, Con, you have a
today.
computer.
They launched attacks from sea, from
You
the
should work on a
air,
Roblox
and from
game.
the land. And they also notably mentioned that for the first time ever, American forces used low-cost one-way
If a world
drones.
war breaks out, my region would likely be one of the main.
So an
One of the main conflict zones. I wouldn't go to war. I wouldn't fight for this
use
capital
of
democracy.
low-cost one-way drones for the first time.
What would you fight for,
combat
Fox? F1 Sim
used by
Racing?
the Americans. We've seen these drones in other places, of course, Ukraine being the most prominent. So we're starting to get a little bit more information from the U.S. government. The president laid out very clearly what he intends to accomplish here, which is the destruction or the obliteration of Iranian nuclear capabilities, the destruction of Iranian missile, long, intermediate, and short-range missile capabilities. Also, notably, the destruction of their missile industry.
I said, what would you fight for?
Mentioned that he wants to destroy the Iranian Navy, which, of course, could be used for things like blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So we've got the list of objectives that the president
I know, because that was the plan, Grumpy. Things didn't go according to plan, clearly.
Input from United States Central
Originally,
Command
I was going to do the last day of
where
Bloxfest
these
stuff.
capabilities are coming from.
So I thought.
From the air, which presumably is either aircraft launched from our 2 aircraft carriers in the region. Also, we do have Air Force assets
Infinity
in the region as well. Central Command has not told us which both or neither has been used. We also know that we've used sea
Can't they prove that super easily then, Kaz? I don't even understand how they can make something up like that.
Submarines, from destroyers.
Wait, what is
from
Baldur's
other
Gate
various
actually,
assets that
Clown?
we have positioned in the area. So a really interesting use, a great mix of different capabilities and different assets spread throughout the region.
Fox News, Fox News, exactly. D&D essentially.
We were just hearing
But
from
we still
Crystal
got to do
Walker
the
and
Foxer
others who
Discord
were saying
D&D
that
thing.
Initially, and
That'd be
certainly
cool.
Monica Alba at the White House saying
You're
that the United
communist.
States
You
believes
swore
that these
for
operations
Publix?
could continue for the next foreseeable
I don't know what that
number of
means.
days. Is this something, Colonel, you think could be concluded within just a couple of days?
Well, to accomplish the stated goals, the goals that the president or the objectives that the president laid out in his Truth Social post in the early hours of this morning, will take probably more than several days. That's a significant list. We're talking about striking industrial capability. We're talking about striking missile launch capability.
Yeah, I was going to say
often which is
Publix, like the
mobile.
store you guys talk
In
about.
addition, we'd have to strike and destroy missile stockpile sites, which can also be hardened, hidden, and or mobile. And of course,
Are things at Costco
to
actually
sink
cheaper, guys?
The Iranian Navy would be no small feat. So I think
Because I keep getting ads for electric toothbrushes at Costco, and I'm like, are they trying to tell me something?
Would take more like weeks, if not even,
Per unit, yes. I'm not talking about like that kind of stuff. I'm talking about like electronics or like the toothbrushes, like the Philips
whether or not
toothbrushes.
everyone can have a
I've been to
different
Costco a couple
definition
times.
of
How much
mission
cheaper though? Because I looked it
accomplished, right?
up.
We have to
I clicked on the
destroy
link and it didn't
every
even tell me the
single missile
price.
launcher that Iran possesses, or do we
And I was
simply
like,
want to
damn.
degrade them down to below 50 or 30
Braun is
or
better?
10%?
Better toothbrush?
That's an open question. So
Yeah, wait, what
I think it'll
toothbrushes do you guys
largely
use? Do you
be,
recommend any?
a judgment
Wait, is that a
call
thing? The
on
Costco
when
toothbrush game? Is that
president
actually a
and the
thing? I wouldn't
Pentagon
know.
feel
I'm
that they
asking.
have degraded
I genuinely don't know.
these Iranian assets
It's not cheaper
to a
if you're
degree that they can
buyers?
declare mission accomplished.
You know, it's there are
Buying
so
for
many
one?
variables here and so many question marks, right? The proof of life of the top leadership of the Iranian regime
Use a Philips
that the Iranian regime has in the past been very quick
electric
to bring
toothbrush. Do you
when
like
there
it?
have been attacks by Israel, the 12-day war.
Colgate 3D White or something
all of
non-electric. Keep it
these
simple.
times that Iran has
I liked my
sensed
Quip
or
one
been,
for a while.
uh,
That was a throwback.
by
That was a
one or other
throwback.
groups,
OG
whether it
Foxer
be an
sponsorship.
official
Back when they
army
had
or,
none of these like bounty programs, and it was just like really small companies doing those
intelligence,
sponsorships. The go-betweens.
assets inside
I had a
Iran.
Quip sponsorship
There's
a
yet
very
to
long
be
time
any
ago.
proof of life of
That was
the
fun. I liked the Quip
regime,
toothbrush.
about the Iranian regime's
I
top
stopped using it a bit ago.
leadership. But if you would
Hello,
Colonel,
Greyfly.
the extent of Iran's,
Gas too.
for example,
Oh,
missile program and how
it's not
advanced
plastic. Then what is it? Wood? Metal?
is or was until today.
No, they didn't
and
ask me to brush
how
on stream.
dangerous it could have been for not only neighbors of
That
Iran,
would be funny.
but, you know, going a distance.
Works well for me, though I have to manually brush after it's done. That's because of issues with my own mouth. The dentist failed to correct years ago. Yeah, I get that. That's what I'm afraid of too. I can't imagine any electric toothbrush is like gonna really get it right, you know? And it's not like you can return them, so I'd feel really bad if I like spent money on something and then it like.
And as
Some of those electric toothbrushes are so expensive.
eloquently
And I'm like, a lot of
described for us,
Sonic like
even
skincare
if
stuff
some of
isn't
those
even that
leaders
much.
are killed,
You know?
who replaces them could very much impact the way
A water
forward.
flosser.
Now, regarding Iranian missile capability, they have what I would
Wow, that's really
classify as
profound. Oh,
relatively
F1 sim racing.
advanced capabilities. They have both short, where they have it all, including short, medium, and longer range missiles. They have the ability with some of their systems to strike Europe.
Should I use
Specifically
electric
Turkey, I
toothbrush
would
to
think,
looks max?
Is probably as far as they can
I
go.
don't
They can
know.
certainly range everything.
You don't need a pricey
within what
electric
we would
toothbrush. I just want to
consider
know
the
if they're
Middle
even
East.
good.
So
Because there are
they
ones that are
have a
hundreds of dollars.
fairly
And I'm
advanced,
genuinely curious. Like,
capabilities. Now, I think it's important.
I have
to
this
keep
question
in
about a lot
mind
of things
that
where
the
I'm just kind of
United
like,
States
you know,
and Israel
I believe
have
some.
been
Okay, here, I'm reading
degrading
this.
these capabilities.
Sometimes I think there are cases where things that are more expensive make sense, and sometimes there aren't. Look at some videos. Any video about someone reviewing a $200 electric toothbrush is going to be someone comparing it to other things in their general price range, right? I'm genuinely curious. You know, I seriously am. Here. Let's see. Just get a manual. I use a manual one right now. I've used other electric ones before too. Okay, here's someone reviewing like two different really expensive Philips toothbrushes.
How's it going, everybody? This is Beat the Bush. What's the difference between the Philips Sonicare Diamond Clean line and the Elite line? Put side to side, the Elite is a little bit more compact. Having used these for more than a month each, I'd say they brush very, very similarly. For the Diamond Clean, the brush you're going to use the most is a C3 brush.
There are three?
But it also comes with a whitening brush, a gum brush, and also a tongue brush. For the Elite, it comes with one brush. You're supposed to do everything with this.
But Philips has so many different electric ones.
Back to the basics. That's what people used to do. And
Wait,
it worked fine.
Wait, hold on. I need to actually listen.
More than a month each, I'd say they brush very, very similarly. For the Diamond Clean, the brush you're going to use the most is a C3 brush. But it also
crazy.
comes
What
with
part?
a whitening brush, a gum brush, and also a tongue brush. For the Elite, it comes with one brush. You're supposed to do everything with this single brush. It's like it's going back to the
Elite?
basics. That's what people used to do. And it worked fine before. Before actually buying them and trying them, I looked at the price tag and I kind of balked at it. I'm like, why would a company charge so much for a toothbrush? They're just ripping people off. But after using the Diamond Clean, I feel it's well worth the money. Let me show you guys why. The Elite travel case is a lot slimmer. It's less than half the volume of the Diamond Clean. It only fits one brush. It
Okay.
charges with USB-C.
And he says
so you
Elite, is
probably
that the
have
Prestige
of
one?
these cables
Because I
anyway.
got ads for the Prestige one at Costco, and I was like, what is this? And I saw it was like a ridiculous amount of money, and I was just like, what? This is a discounted price? I look it up, and it was like 300 something, and I'm like, because I knew Philips had an expensive one, but I didn't think there was one that was like almost 400. I was like, what the fuck?
While you're traveling, the Diamond Clean, it has a spot for two brushes. And maybe you want to brush your tongue too. So you put in another one and then you bring your main toothbrush, close that. The charger is right here.
So when he's saying Elite, I think he means, yeah, that one works well. Wait, which one? Do you have the Prestige or the Diamond Clean? Because there's like a $100 difference between the two, I think.
So you got to unwind it and then you plug it to USB right here. To me, going with the Elite is a pretty big deal in terms of going smaller for the convenience of travel. This is the Elite charger base.
Okay,
It
need to
comes
lock
with a
in.
USB charger, but frankly, this should be a lot smaller than this. You just put your toothbrush right there and it charges. The Diamond Clean, same thing. It also comes with a glass. So instead of having this plastic base, you can put the glass on and it makes the target a little bit easier, I guess. And rather than USB, it has an AC plug. The price difference isn't very much between these, but I highly recommend going with the Elite. The Elite has a touch button, which keeps toothpaste gunk from getting in between the button.
That's actually valid.
Being smaller, it doesn't brush as well. It brushes the same, if not better, because the brush head is a little bit wider. However, if you don't care about the Elite smaller travel package, you could potentially buy the Diamond Clean, and then when you upgrade the brushes, buy the A3 brush and put it on here instead, and it'll feel just like the Elite. Quick note on the app that guides you on your brushing. I even bought a magnetic holder to hold my phone just so that I can stare straight into the app and follow the instructions as I brush. The drawback with the app is that it forces you to brush your teeth in a certain way.
Everyone hates
It
on their lights.
divides
The
your
Philips
entire
lights? I
mouth
love Philips
into
Hue
6
so much.
sections. You have to brush the front and back of each section before moving on to the next one.
Yeah,
You can
Valerie.
adjust the order at which you brush each
Diamond's how
section,
they
but I
want
found
it.
out after a long time
I
that
think the
I kinda like
Prestige.
to
He
brush
keeps saying Elite.
all around the top.
So he keeps saying Elite. I think he means Prestige. Because Prestige is the one that I saw where I was like, let me look this up really quick. Hold on. Philips Elite toothbrush. Because I knew about the Diamond Clean. I think he did a little oopsie when he called it the Elite. I think he's talking about the Prestige. Yes, he's talking about the Diamond Clean Prestige 9,900. That one's $429 when you buy it with 5 premium all-in-one brush heads. Whereas the one that I knew about is like $230. That's the 9,300 with the little glass charger. Those are both expensive, but even then, there's like a big difference. You see what I'm saying? So in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm not shocked there's an expensive toothbrush out there. But then I'm like, okay, I need to know what the difference is. Melanco, I love fluoride too. They're the same kind of action? No, I think they both have an app. Because I thought that was the original sell of the... Because I remember the first time I was at like Best Buy or something. This was a long time ago. It was probably 2019. I saw the Philips... The first time I saw a Diamond Clean toothbrush, I was like, oh my god. I remember the little glass charger. I thought the glass charger was really cool. But then I thought about it, I'm like, that's not very realistic, is it? Because it would be so ugly if you just left the cord out. But maybe it wouldn't if you had the right situation. I don't know. I kind of ran through in my mind. I'm like, it doesn't even matter at that point that it charges through the glass. It's cool that it comes with a little glass, but like, whatever. Anyway. That's a good question, Mr. Furzalot. That's a great question. But my main question, little better explanation, I guess. I just turned off all my Philips Hue lights, no problem. Wait. What the fuck you want from me, bro? Wait, I'm so confused. Your lights just don't go out? What do you mean they don't go out? Curious because I spent a lot on Hue lights. I love my Hue lights. I think they're incredible. I love Philips Hue lights. I really do. And they came out with a cheaper version that everyone in the reviews says they don't know what the fucking difference is. So.
And then go on in the inside, and then I go on to the flat areas. After the novelty wears off on following the app, personally, I don't use that anymore. I just want to brush it the way I want to brush it. One additional note is that I think there might be slight quality issues with the Diamond Clean. The first one I got
I think they're both called Diamond Clean. Okay, I'm pretty positive they're both called Diamond Clean, right? But one of them's Diamond Clean 9,300 and the other one's Diamond Clean Prestige. I think when he says Elite, he means Prestige. I think, based on the pictures I'm looking at.
A little bit, and they sent me a new unit to test your own toothbrush when it's in your mouth. push against the brush head.
If you don't have
gently
like a
and
storage
evenly
thing to
on
put it
each
in the
side
shower,
and
then
make
it
sure
doesn't
the brush
really.
head behaves
Plus,
the
what
same.
if you have to
Thanks for
brush your
watching this
teeth and you're
video.
not in
Hope
the
this was
shower?
helpful. Check out my Amazon affiliate links for either of these toothbrushes down in the video description below.
These look
Thanks
like
for
my
watching.
toothbrush, but in a different color. Do you recommend it? We were talking about these, and there's like a $150 difference between these two. They're both very expensive, regardless. But you know, I'm like, oh, I'm not shocked there's an expensive toothbrush, but the fact that there's one that's even more, I'm like, okay, well, what is the difference? You know, like there's got to be a difference, right? The one on the right looks like yours. Yeah, that one's been around for a while, and that's the one I remember seeing years ago that I thought was cool. It charges with the little glass. Philips. Oh yeah, he changed the title to be correct. Okay, Philips, Diamond Clean Prestige. Okay, well that's a dentist reviewing it. He's probably just gonna rate it on whether or not it's good. I'm sure it's not bad. Diamond Clean Smart. Okay.
In this video, I explain the key differences between the Philips Sonicare Diamond Clean Smart and the 9900 Prestige, as well as give my recommendation on which brush to opt for.
I'm not planning on buying a new one. I'm just genuinely curious.
Selecting the right dental care products and understanding common dental health care.
Yeah, exactly. Broken pliers. There's a Philips Sonicare Diamond Clean and the Philips Sonicare Prestige 19, or not 19, 9900. Yeah, 9900. My dental hygienist looked at me with so much noise, and I told her I was brushing my teeth with a hard bristled manual toothbrush now, because it technically doesn't like remove plaque in the same way, I think, but like a lot of people don't brush. So I bought my Sonicare like 4 years ago, and my dentist said it was the best one.
Topics. Just before I give you my overall recommendation and explanation as to why, I want you to know that as not or if not more
Yeah, the Sonicare, yeah.
than the toothbrush itself is your brushing technique, how long you're brushing for, and the frequency with which you brush. Worry less about the particular toothbrush that you're using. Yes, it's important to get a brush that is right for you, but if you worry more about your toothbrushing technique, how long you're brushing for, and how often you're brushing, you're likely to make bigger improvements to your oral care routine than
Oh, for
picking any
sure.
one particular toothbrush. So with
But I
that
want to know
said,
the difference
which
between
one
these
would I
two.
choose?
Yeah.
Well, my top choice would be the Sonicare 9900 Prestige.
Okay, tell
Let
me
me
why.
explain why. The Sonicare 9900.
Okay, because here's the thing. If you have them all laid out in front of you, I'm sure the one that's more expensive isn't worse, right? If you just can choose, then sure, I'm sure it's better. But what about it? That's what I was saying. It does the work, so I get that.
Prestige would be the brush that I would ultimately pick between these two. This is because technically the Prestige is newer and a little more capable. It has
Because of
elements
gums,
that
Grumpy.
endorse better oral
Recessed gums can be a huge issue. I'm with you. I don't dislike hard bristled brushes, but it can be a problem. It can. It's about the gums, not the teeth.
does log more brushing data. If you're obsessed with oral care, then the 9900 Prestige ticks more boxes. But the differences are very subtle. To the vast majority of users, the Diamond Clean Smart is still more
I don't know what duration is.
If there is £20 or $20
Yeah, I was
to be
gonna say
saved
the
by
app.
opting for the Diamond Clean Smart, then pick that over the Prestige.
Wait. I need to listen. He's talking money now.
Obsessed with oral care, then the 9900 Prestige ticks more boxes. But the differences are very subtle. To the vast majority of users, the Diamond Clean Smart is still more feature-rich than you actually need it to be. If there is £20 or $20 to be saved by opting for the Diamond Clean Smart, then pick
Oh, I
that
think there's
over the
way more than $20 or pounds. Everything I've seen shows there's like over $150 difference.
If, however, the Prestige is cheaper than the Diamond Clean Smart, which it could well be, then opt for that. So I'm now going to run through the key differences between these two brushes.
Feature
Now, before I
rich.
do, I want to explain that there are different variants of both these brushes that exist
That's
around
true.
the world. I'm going to try and cover the key differences that exist in most markets. I'm covering the 9900 Prestige against the Diamond Clean Smart, most specifically the 9500 variant of the Diamond Clean Smart. So just be aware.
I think the
that
one we
particular
saw was
models and
9300.
pricing, box contents can potentially change around the world depending on the exact variant.
Oh,
that
no,
you're
it is
looking at,
9500.
but this comparison should give you a very good overview of the key differences that exist between these two models in most markets of the world. So the first set of differences I'm going to look at is the handle design and colours. Now within the UK, the Prestige is available in 2 colour options, champagne and midnight blue. Whilst the Diamond Clean Smart is available also in 2 colour options.
The color's really gonna make a difference here, guys.
Cashmere grey. In the USA and Canada, the Prestige is available in 3 colour options, champagne, midnight blue and pink. And the Diamond Clean Smart is available in 5 colours.
I like that idea, Mafia. I'll view it with that
gold,
angle.
Pink, silver, black and white. On the front of the Diamond Clean Smart.
Oh, pink? Wait, hold on.
Labels,
I need to shut up.
black and cashmere grey. In the USA and Canada, the Prestige is available in 3 colour options, champagne, midnight blue and pink. And the Diamond Clean Smart is available in 5 colour options. Those are rose gold, pink, silver, black and white. On the front of the Diamond Clean Smart handle are cleaning mode labels. These are backlit when each mode is selected.
Gum health.
You do not have those cleaning mode labels on the Prestige. The Diamond Clean Smart has 2 physical buttons. You have a power button and then you have a separate button
Hi,
for
gorgeous
changing the
reindeer.
intensity of the brushing mode or changing the cleaning mode. The Prestige does have 2 buttons, but these are slightly different to the Diamond Clean Smart.
Wait, I just had a realization because I was thinking of the gum mode and I was like, oh, well, I don't really have recessed gums or anything, but then I was thinking about the inflammation I'll get in my mouth and the pain I'll have like in like just generally like my gums or cheeks or tongue. And I was like, yeah, sometimes it really hurts to brush because you know, if you're using a normal manual toothbrush, you have to move the toothbrush. And I'm like, yeah, that can really hurt like against my cheek or whatever. But with this, if you were just holding it still, in theory, that wouldn't, oh, I guess that would be true of any electric toothbrush, but it just suddenly dawned on me that that's the case.
First and most obvious button is the power button on the Prestige. And this has what's called a seamless design. So it's
A wide
actually
toothbrush,
pressure
interesting.
sensitive button. You don't get quite the same
No, it's not from that Mafia. My last wisdom tooth was removed years ago.
There's no physical break between the button and the body of the brush handle. The second button on the Prestige is the intensity button. So this is located just where the intensity
I have an
icons
autoimmune disorder.
lay on the brush handle. It's pressure
But I was very
sensitive,
lucky,
so you just need to press on that to
and it was
change the
mostly dormant
intensity
for like
settings for each of the cleaning
2
modes.
years.
Another subtle difference between these 2 units is that the Diamond
And now
Clean
it's creeping
Smart
up on
is
me.
the taller of the 2 brushes. The Prestige is slightly smaller. The actual physical handle size in terms of width and depth is very, very similar indeed. It's the physical height of the brush handle with the head attached that is smaller for the Prestige. Now looking at the cleaning modes on both of these brushes, both
I wonder
have
why
5
that's the
brushing
difference.
modes available, but the 5 modes are slightly different. The Prestige comes with Clean, White Plus, Deep Clean Plus, Gum Health and Sensitive. The Diamond Clean Smart has Clean, White Plus, Deep Clean Plus, Gum Health and Tongue Clean. Now with the Diamond
Okay.
Clean Smart, you can actually change the
That's
cleaning
valid,
brushing
Grumpy.
modes from the brush handle by pressing that lower mode button. You can't do that with the Prestige. You actually have to change the cleaning modes from the smartphone application.
What?
Now with both toothbrushes, you do
You have to? Okay, it would be cool if you could, but you have to? What happens when they stop supporting the app? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Firmware update.
do get at least 1 brush head included in the box. With the Prestige 9900.
So wait, what is it? What is it on by default?
You can't do that with the Prestige. You actually have to change the cleaning modes.
It's just on
from
clean. Okay.
the smartphone application. Now, with both toothbrushes, you do get at least the smart.
Wait, I want to read these descriptions. Okay. Default is clean, duration 2 minutes. It removes plaque with superior efficiency in a 2-minute program. If you're going to stick to one mode, make it this one. White Plus, duration 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Good for removing surface stains caused by things like coffee and tea. Get an extra 40 seconds to focus on polishing your front teeth. Okay.
Application. Now,
Going easier on new teeth and gums for sensitive. Deep clean duration 3 minutes. Extended version of clean mode, and is the ideal choice for when you want to pay extra attention to trouble spots. Duration 3 minutes, 20
with
seconds.
both toothbrushes, you do get.
Wait,
at
what was
least
the gum one?
smartphone.
Adds extra time to Adds extra time of reduced power brushing to gently massage your gums for better circulation, ultimately better gum health.
Application. Now, with both toothbrushes, you do get at least one brush head included in the box. With the Prestige 9900, you get one A3 premium all-in-one brush head. With the Diamond Clean Smart, you actually get 4 brush heads included in the box. You get one C3 premium plaque control, one G3 premium.
Yeah, does it connect to Spotify though?
W3 premium white, and one Tongue Care Plus tongue brush. Now, in terms of the batteries built into these handles, both have rechargeable lithium-ion batteries that are not user removable. Sonicare claims a battery life of around 2 weeks for both these brushes. Now, the exact usage time will depend on the cleaning mode that you're using, but using the standard clean mode on the highest intensity setting,
It should make you play an ad every time you want to switch modes. I think, yeah.
Smart, and around 4 weeks with the Prestige.
Does it connect to certain websites? Inquiring minds want to know. What kind of websites? Mine claims 6 fucking months, but we'll see about that. The battery on yours? Has it been 6 months since you got it? Is it battery? Like a battery? Quip had like an actual like battery you swapped out.
Exact battery percentage, and that is available within.
Which is kind of cool because they would just send you like a new brush head and the battery whenever you were supposed to change it every 3 months, I guess. It was like $7 or something, which is probably technically a ripoff, but the timing part of it was helpful.
Which means they connect to the free Sonicare application, which is available for Android and iOS. Now, ultimately, both of these toothbrushes.
No, it probably wasn't a ripoff now that I'm thinking about it.
Care routine, give you more insights into how well you're brushing and how to.
That's crazy.
Routine over time.
Wait.
So I now want to touch on the Bluetooth connectivity with these brushes. Both of these are high-end.
It's included, Numpy. You need it to use the toothbrush.
Which means they connect to the free Sonicare application, which is available for Android and iOS. Now, ultimately, both of these toothbrushes are designed to help improve your oral care routine, give you more insights into how well designed.
Scrubbing detected.
Care routine.
Cleaning systems. Don't need this to change has. Wait. I want to read what that says.
Ultimately, both of these toothbrushes are designed to help improve your oral care.
Scrubbing detected. Try a slide and gentleman. Oh.
Routine. Give you more insights into how well you're brushing and how to.
Isn't that the whole point of a sonic toothbrush, that you don't have to do anything crazy?
Are there areas of the mouth you're missing, etc.? But the Prestige 9900 does have a little bit more ability in the data that it tracks, particularly when offline. And what this means is when you're brushing your teeth,
it means you're pressing down and you're scrubbing your tooth. What do you mean?
Real time. The Prestige is able to obtain and record a little bit more data, and it relays this back to the smartphone application next time it syncs. And this is in the form of 3D mouth maps. So what it does is it will show teeth that you have and have not brushed during your brushing session.
Wait, genuine question. What if you don't have those teeth? I guess you could probably put that in, right?
Too much pressure. And these are presented on 3D visualized mouth maps. Now, that is potentially a benefit for those who are obsessed with their oral health care and want to get the absolute most insight into their oral care routine. But both do a very good job of encouraging you to brush better via the insights they get from the data that is relayed from the brush handle. Now, there are a number of other features and technologies built into both these brushes. There's a lot of similarities between them, but I'm going to run through now some of the key differences. Now, both these brushes have a technology called Brush Sync technology, and what that means is they track how long the toothbrush head has been used for and give you a reminder as to when it needs replacing. Now, a feature that the Diamond Clean Smart has that the Prestige does not is the ability to pair a particular brush head to a particular cleaning mode. So, for example, when you fit a the Prestige does not need replacing. Now, a feature that the Diamond Clean Smart has that the Prestige does not is the ability to pair a particular brush head to a particular cleaning mode. So, for example, when you fit a W3 Premium White brush head to the Diamond Clean Smart handle, it will automatically select the white cleaning mode.
Yeah, but that's because the other one doesn't take the other brush thingies, doesn't it? I thought they said that.
You also have a scrubbing sensor, and this is a visual scrubbing sensor. So when activated via the app, the bottom of the brush handle will light up yellow, and this is to indicate that you are moving the toothbrush too fast as you brush. You'll also feel the handle vibrate. Now, the Diamond Clean Smart does have a scrubbing sensor, but this is only active when you're using it in real time with the smartphone application, and it does not light up the handle yellow. That's only available on the Prestige. So the Prestige also has a feature called adaptive intensity, and what this does is
Probably. He sounds like he's a dental guy.
cleaning mode that you're using. And it does this if it detects you're using too much pressure as you brush. So let's say you're brushing your teeth and you're applying too much pressure. It will change the intensity from high to medium, and if you continue to brush with too much pressure, it will then drop that intensity from medium
Oh
to
no,
low.
5 minutes till Foxer ends the stream. Sponsored by Philips? No, I don't fucking have one of these.
You can always manually override it, but it's part of the system.
Dental guy living in a dental world.
Toothbrush handle of the Prestige, which is trying to do you a favor and stop the brushing too hard on your teeth and gums if you are indeed brushing too hard. It's doing its best to adapt and prevent you doing long-term damage to your teeth and gums. Now, both of these toothbrushes come with a travel case included in the box, which is a nice extra, but the cases are designed slightly differently. Both cases will
I
hold
hate that the more
toothbrush handle.
expensive one, you
Diamond
need to
Clean
change it with
Smart
the
has
app.
the facility to hold 2 brush heads compared
Yes,
to
it was the
one
end
brush
stream
head
alarm.
of the Prestige 9900 travel case. Now, the Prestige's travel case is much more compact, but another difference is the travel case for the Diamond Clean Smart actually has a USB cable hardwired into it, and that is stored in the bottom of the case.
Oh, I like that.
The Prestige, the USB cable is actually detachable, and there's no facility to store that USB cable within the case. Now, the Diamond Clean Smart has a USB Type A connection on that USB cable. And the detachable cable provided with the Prestige is actually a USB-A to USB Type-C cable. So what that
You go by
actually
Foxer
means
Fezzi
is
on
the
toothbrush,
Prestige
reviewing
case
a
has
toothbrush.
USB Type-C
I feel
connector
like
in the charging case itself, which makes it
the
very
more
future-proof.
expensive one's
And with both
worse.
toothbrushes, you can actually charge the toothbrush inside the case. So there's just a few more differences left to cover. Now, in terms
No,
of
I don't think
charging
that's
these
what they're saying,
toothbrushes, both of
Numpy.
these come with charging stands included in
Unless
the
I
box,
really
but they are
misunderstood it. Hold
slightly
on.
different. The Diamond Clean USB-A to USB Type-C cable. So what that actually means is the Prestige cable is stored in the bottom of the case.
Maybe I'm just confused. Because how would that work with the little glass charger then?
The USB cable
It's attached to the case, but that's just the case charger.
is actually detachable, and there's no facility
You still can charge that one through the little glass cup.
to store
And I'm sure that the cable is not hardwired to the little glass cup.
USB cable within the case. Now, the Diamond Clean Smart has a USB Type A connection on that USB cable. And the detachable cable provided with the Prestige is actually a USB-A to USB Type-C.
They charge wirelessly through remote. Yeah, I was gonna say.
What means is the Prestige case has a USB Type-C connector.
You just charge the case.
charging
No, Numpy, that's not what I
itself, which
said.
makes it very future-proof. And with both these brushes, you can actually charge the toothbrush inside the case. So there's just a few more differences left to cover. Now, in terms of charging these toothbrushes, both of these come with charging stands included in the box, but they are slightly different. The Diamond Clean
Yeah,
Smart
these are
comes
Philips
with a slightly
toothbrushes.
larger, heavier, and bulkier
That's how you charge
glass.
the
This is made up of
normal
two
Diamond
parts. You
Clean.
actually have the glass
Or a way you
element,
can, through the
looks like
glass.
a glass that you may actually have a drink out of, and that sits on top of a charging plate. With the Prestige, you have a charging plate, but you then have a plastic puck that sits on the top. This is much smaller, slimmer, and lighter than the charging class of the Diamond Clean Smart. When sat on their relevant charging stands, the Diamond Clean Smart actually ends up leaning slightly in the glass, where the Prestige stands perfectly upright within its charging stand. The Diamond Clean Smart has a power cable hardwired into it. It supports 100 to 240 volts, and that's either a 2-pin UK or 2-pin US charging plug that will be hardwired.
It needs to be a little more specific with the hardwire
Prestige,
stuff.
it actually has a USB Type A cable hardwired into it. Now, with the Prestige, you
That's
also
not
get a
true. Why is he saying hard? Wait.
that will be hardwired into the stand. With the Prestige, it actually has a USB Type A cable hardwired into it. Now, with the Prestige, you also get a USB wall adapter so you can connect it within its charging stand. That's slimmer and have a plastic glass that you may actually have a drink out of, and that sits on top of a charging plate. With the Prestige, you have a charging plate, but you then have a plastic puck that sits on the top. This is much smaller, slimmer and lighter than the charging class of the Diamond Clean Smart. When sat on their relevant charging stands, the Diamond Clean Smart actually ends up leaning slightly in the glass, where the Prestige stands perfectly upright within its charging stand. The Diamond Clean Smart has a power cable hardwired into it. It supports 100 to 240 volts, and that's either—
So the glass, you can't unplug the cord from the glass? That cord just stays there? Dangling off of it? Forever? Jerison, you made it. It's 2. Oh no, wait, it's literally 2. I have to go. Bye. Oh no. Oh no. Bye.